This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Greetings and welcome to Unveiling Reality. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope you're all doing and living well out there. Tonight, we continue down the UFO alien rabbit hole with the Greer Jake Barber connection. Is it real or is it not? Who's grifting who? And what is said before and after the big quote unquote alien tech disclosure that went down on NewsNation, and I have a few things to say about that stream. But first, let me thank all of those winners in the winner's circle who support the channel on a monthly basis. Thank you so much for being part of the solution, and a special thanks to Shelly and Wolfram, who also support us over on Rumble as monthly subscribers as well. We are broadcasting live tonight, of course, on YouTube, Rumble, and X, and away we go. Who is out in the crowd? What's up, guys? Wolfram, my friend, thank you for dropping these links. And remember, guys, when you're here, always listen to the wolf. He knows what he's talking about. He wipes his paws, he lopes in, and he and that's how you know the alpha mod is in the house. What else we got out here this evening? Good to see you, Wolfram. We got hey, T-Rex Trucking and More. What's up, T-Rex Trucking and More? How are you doing tonight, my friend? I hope you are doing well and driving safely wherever you're at. There is Shelly, our hostess with the mostest, talking trash and truths, giving out big hugs and saying hello to everybody as they come in the door. And hi, Heidi, how you doing? Thank you for being here. Good to see you too. Let's see, we got Cool Gamer. What's up, my friend? How you doing? How you doing out there, man? How are you doing? All right. So tonight, that's some VIPs in the front row right there. So yeah, tonight. First off, last Saturday we did the alien tech reveal, which quote unquote disclosure from NewsNation, what turned out to be a big old bust. With Jake Barber, who seems to be following his own narrative, yet Stephen Greer is continually saying that he is connected to this guy somehow. So we're going to listen to what he has to say about that tonight. However, it seems to be a one-sided relationship from what I can tell so far. Last Saturday night, on Winning Saturday Night, we did the Jake Barber Alien Tech Disclosure event live. And then today, a few hours ago, NewsNation blocked it. Blocked it. I'm like, why would they absolutely blocked it after several days of being live? So I don't know. I appealed it, so it might not be reachable right now, but within a few days, that block should at least fall off while it's in dispute. And we'll see what happens with that. Of course, the full stream is still live on Rumble. It will remain live on Rumble and X and also BitChute. So there's 3 places you can go to watch the whole thing. If for some reason they play hardball, and I don't know if that's just because they're thoroughly embarrassed about the output of that content and the backlash over it. It was One-Legged Patriot. What's up? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Scott Odbeck. What's up? How you doing? Thank you for supporting the channel. Good to see you. Well, my main channel is gone, but it might come back soon. Oh, what happened to your channel, dude? Did you have some problems on YouTube? Tell us about it. Let's talk. Yeah, they went on a little bit of a rampage today, I guess, with me. They took down. I mean, that's all on NewsNation, but copyright strikes. How many did you get? And what for? Copyright strikes or claims? Like they actually pull down videos. Yeah, so again, the backlash from that was hilarious, actually. Some of the funniest comments ever. We were watching it on their okay, so after we did the live event, right? Hours later, they put it out on their own channel. And so that might be what they're hitting me for. Who knows? But we're trying to cover it live because it's supposed to be a monumental breakthrough that's going to change the world forever. I mean, how can you not do that live? I mean, come on. But they But man, everybody's calling the dude the Eggman, and I mean the comments in that comments on their own stream were freaking hilarious, dude. And of course, everybody was getting the work from work reference too. But I think I did it first. I think I was the first one to do it. Um, but hey, Dana, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Let's see. The guy pulled down the videos, but we worked out a deal, and now just waiting to see if the claims are overturned. What is it? Oh, I don't understand what that means. Some guy. It sounds like they pulled down your videos. The guy pulled down your videos. Who was it? Do talk. Talk. Give details. I will read them. Yeah, if any of these, I saw a number of channels are getting hit by copyright strikes for odd things that should not be have been so. One guy got hit for a copyright strike for using someone else's music, but the music is his. Is that a claim or a strike? No, strikes are different than claims. Got to know your YouTube terminology. I get claims all the time. I just dispute them, and then 9 out of 10 times they go away. So it just you have to know how to how to submit those disputes right with all the legal wording in it. So for any creators that are out there that want the template that I have for battling copyright claims, I have the perfect template. It works 9 out of 10 times. Some people are just a-holes about it, and some people, there's only so much you can do, but you fight, and you win. You can't win if you don't fight. There are copyright strikes. How many? Okay, well, look, let's take this one step at a time. How many did you get? What was it for? And did you get? I mean, did you lose? Did you get 3? You lose your channel when you get 3. So how many did you get? If you got 2, I think 2 is when they suspend you for like a week, maybe. I don't know. Like for instance, I have one right now that's about to go away any day now. And that was from, oh, where's it at? Where's my front page? Front page, active stripes. That was from Line in the Sand when I did put the Line in the Sand out there. I broke the damn paywall, and some weirdo company named Muso TNT LED Ltd had it taken down as a strike, right? So they removed it, took the strike, and actually it's going to expire any minute now. So that's good. There was 3 copyright strikes, but 12 different videos. Okay. All right. We're getting closer. How did you get 3 copyrights on 12? Somebody like went after you or something, man. I don't know. I never heard of that many coming in at one time, unless those were just accumulating and you kept on broadcasting. But what videos? 12 different. You have 3 copyright strikes, but 12 different videos. I'm not following that either. Your intro. You got strikes because of your intro? I don't really get it, man. I've been doing this a long time. I've never heard of that. I mean, with the claims or I mean, because like, I've had music claims, right? The old intro to Winning Saturday Night. I used to get blocked and claimed on that every time, and I had to cut it out eventually, and eventually I just changed it. But it was really stupid because it was the most if you ever seen the intro to Winning Saturday Night, it's the most transformed video ever. And I still kept getting claims on it, like blocked claims. Like at first it was just like someone used copyrighted material for drone footage. What? This is strange, dude. It's really strange. None of this is making any sense to me. Like I said, I've been doing this a while now. And believe me, when I first started, I was all about putting out whatever I wanted to, however I wanted to. A lot of my stuff from LawTube's Getting Weird, massively copyright claims up and down. Viva Fry's Permanent Vacation, copyright claims up and down. And I fought and disputed and won most of them. If it's a video though, you don't really win those very often. So like, even though I was refacing music videos, right? They didn't care. So they didn't have the technology to care. And I did a big stream about that too, about how their content ID system is not optimized for AI, like it's not up to date. And so I can't tell when you've actually refaced it. Hold on a sec. You can't tell when you've refaced, when you've transformed it. But I literally transformed it with AI, which is supposed to be free and clear. So they gave me all kinds of stuff like that. But I didn't get. I mean, I've gotten strikes for other things, right? I got a weird strike on an Epstein video I did. Imagine that, like out of nowhere. It wouldn't tell me who I was harassing. That I was harassing somebody. I was like, I didn't harass anybody at all. Show me where, and they never show you where. Like it is the most unfair system out there. It really is. And so I don't doubt that they have, when you got monetized, they went after you. So you talking about the federal judge ignoring Trump's orders? No, I'm talking about copyright claims and strikes on YouTube right now. But that is interesting, isn't it? These are the orders to for pardons, right? And they have is this the one you're talking about, MLS, the pardons? I don't know, but it's just really strange that you got copyright strikes for an intro when it should be just a copyright claim. I mean, how long did you show the footage for? I mean, was it like an hour's worth of somebody else's footage, or was it like 30 seconds? It's 30 seconds usually get a claim, and then you got to dispute the claim and whatever. Okay. Not the pardons, the order to dismiss with prejudice all outstanding cases against J6ers. On the same lines. Well, these guys are going to learn the hard way, aren't they, MLS? They're going to learn the hard way that you're not going to be wanting to do that. I don't know what that means, but um, I would imagine 45 seconds. Is that it? I would imagine that that they're going to be turning that around real fast. I mean, they'll get the SCOTUS, right? They'll get SCOTUS to go after them and get it right. I mean, this is just deep state, uh, trying to muddy the waters, trying to hold things up for Trump. They're going to throw lawsuits at him about everything. That's their plan. They've shown that hand before, and they very much have it in line for this one. They have 4 years to look at the case, and they might get it. They might look at it a little faster. What's up, Levy? How you doing? How you doing? I have heard people are being let out, but I don't know the depths of that. I don't know the depths of it. Um, I'll have to take a look at that for tomorrow night on Winning Tonight. I do politics and such. Tonight we're doing the weird wild world of UFO, alien, and conspiracy grifters. Notably, the king of them all, Dr. Stephen Greer. We're gonna watch a couple of his podcasts, 2 and 3. The 2 we started watching that last Saturday night, but then that video got is blocked right now, so I figured we'd have started over. We weren't that far into it, so we'll watch this. This is the day before the Jake Barber disclosure, which what turned out to be a freaking turned out to be a big old joke. It was the worst footage. It didn't make any sense. It looked like an egg on a string. There was so many questions. It left more questions than answers about this whole practice. People started debunking it, saying it was inflatable, which I'll show you a picture of right now. Let me pull that up here. Wow. Bookmarks are so weird sometimes. Oh, here we go. This is one thing they said it could be. And there was another one, but I thought I saved it. This is one of them. There was another one though. I'm gonna have to go through the this thing. But a lot of people were calling this out as potentially what they were saying they were lowering down. Now this would say that this was actually going on a helicopter. Like I've looked at this footage a few times, like a lot of times, right? And the whole thing looks fishy. This is the footage right here, right? Look at this. What's with this blanket thing? What is it? Put a little blankie around it so it gets nice and so it doesn't get too cold. I mean, this makes no sense. Now I don't know what this line here. That's like a pole, right? I don't know if that's what helicopter retrieval footage looks like. So it's hard for me to say if this is faked or not. The ground looks really weird. That's one thing. There was no backsplash from the rotors. There was no dust moving around. There's nobody out there to catch this thing or get it, right? Or unhook it for that matter. So how do you unhook this, right? Unless you have a little clamp down here and unhook. So I don't have no idea of what this is. So I'm not a helicopter retrieval specialist, so I don't know what I'm looking at. So any of my vets out there in the crowd that can help out with this, that'd be awesome. Um, Heck, we might have had somebody actually did this out in the crowd. But look at this. And what I notice is it changes shape as it rolls. And that these lines, like right here, seems to be pressure being put, like it was pushing in on the egg itself, right? Hey, what's up, man? Yeah. Um, what's up, Snipe? I see you over there on Rumble. How's it going, dude? How's it going? So yeah, I hope I get my channel back for my birthday because I like to get super chats. Oh man, I hope you do too, dude. I'm sorry you're having a hard time, and that sucks. I don't really understand how they did that to you, but I mean, YouTube's weird, and so anything's possible in the weird world of YouTube. They'll do some crazy stuff. Like the other night when they pulled down my stream and gave me a warning, and then within hours later it was gone, and so was the stream was back up, so I just restreamed again. It's like, see, I mean, Trump is in office for 4 years, so there's 4 years to make the case up to the Supreme Court. But yeah, well, I mean, we want to get those guys out as soon as possible, right? They're holding up the releases on this or just dropping the charges. Like, this is again, uh, I think anybody who's making waves right now on the deep state side is just asking for it. One thing we'll go over tomorrow night is all of the security clearances he pulled, and that is a clear indication that these guys were doing the wrong thing and were working for the wrong side. So faces to names, names to faces out there for people to see what some of these deep staters actually look like and what they actually what they actually how they operate, right? Little pieces, little pieces. So, but good news, they're all losing their security clearance, including Bolton, which is awesome. Yep. So, we got this thing, right? And that's what we're talking about here. And so we're trying to figure out this could have been the way that it was done. It could have easily been like a little model, like somebody was doing like this look, but this looks like I'm seeing pressure. I don't know if it's shadows or what, but I noticed when it rolled, you see how the sides were no longer even. For alien tech, this is pretty unsophisticated stuff. I mean, it looks Chinese, right? Yeah. I mean, and I mean, come on, man. Here's the other thing about these alien crafts. People want to, look at it and be like, wow, that's an alien craft. A lot of these come out of sci-fi, right? But at the same time, sci-fi archetypes in our minds, right? We build archetypes about what we think things are going to be like based on what we've seen and what we know, and what we've been told, whatever narrative we have about it, right? And so this egg, right? What practical use can you possibly come up with for a craft like this? Well, no propulsion, doesn't give a heat signature, blah 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 blah. But still, it's a freaking egg. I mean, what are you going to do with this? What's it supposed to be doing, and what's it doing there, and why are they picking it up? I mean, these are the questions that people that buy in to this script, they stop asking themselves, and they're supposed to be the ones that are searching for the truth. They're supposed to be the ones that are, got it all over on everybody else, right? But at the same time, they're not asking, the kind of questions a true root cause analyst is going to ask when they're a true truth seeker is going to ask when they're trying to find the truth. You always question to the void, right? You don't jump to conclusions. That's what propaganda wants you to do. That's what a grift wants you to do, and wants you to jump to conclusions and solidify your belief system in whatever they're showing you, based on very little to no evidence, or based on their take it from me. I'm Dr. Stephen Greer. Take it from me. I'm Jake Barber, helicopter pilot. But let me show you a little bit of crap here, and then and you're gonna believe me, right? So it's almost like it's a fallacy in a sense. It's like an appeal to authority in a sense. Like, take this on faith because of who I am, and you don't need any more evidence than this. When really what we need to see is people out there running out there to this thing, unhooking it, right? We need more than just a little bit of footage. This whole idea, well, we can only give you this much. Why? What in for a dime, in for a dollar, right? I mean, If you're going to show this much, show the rest. This is all you got. Where are the people retrieving this thing? It doesn't make any sense, right? And they lay it down in rolls. And the guy who's narrating it on NewsNation, who's turning out just to be another grifter out there. He's not. He's scripted his way on the NewsNation. We'll see how long that lasts. I guess depends on how they care about their reputation or not. How much they care about it. But they will. He's like, look how gently he puts it down. It's like he's covering. He's like narrating a cover story for this. His job was to go put it down in the middle of nowhere, and with nobody else around it to unhook it or take it anywhere. They wrap it in a freaking blanket. It looks like something you would use for packing. Like if you're like, one of those moving blankets or whatever, like you have on, like, you put in between your dresser and the boxes or whatever, so it doesn't get scratched. One of those things. That's what it looks like. It didn't even cover the whole damn thing. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, we got tarps, we got all kinds of other things we could be using here. The strings on it, I don't know what they are. They don't look very strong. I mean, wouldn't you want to use big old, like, I mean, they use stronger things for pipes, when you're like moving pipes, wouldn't you want to have like a stronger, I mean, this looks fishy as hell. And, so a lot of people have said it's not, it's one of these things, right? And that the U.S. military, and I went through a lot of this on Saturday night, I think, but the U.S. military, there's more. Yeah, this is it right here. Remember? That's why you use an egg. But the U.S. military had, these had been made for U.S. military. Anybody in the military remember these things? Let me go back to the crowd here real quick. Oh, look, I'm not even showing you the big picture, am I? There you go. Isn't it lovely? And I guess they use these, and they use helicopter retrievals on these things because it's easier to do. So like there is known retrievals of these things by helicopters that has been reported, right? Let me see. Such a great picture. Seems like Sasquatch picture, right? Yeah. Well, the thing with Sasquatch is he's naturally blurry. That's his thing. Let's see. See other personal stories. Sasquatch. Missed what? Oh, yeah. Looks Chinese. All right. So I'm sorry. I'm catching up on the chat here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was more for more. And that's the alien they're torturing down in that's the alien they're torturing down in the deep underground base. It's a clone of Robin Williams. That's what it is. All right. So, anyways, that's where we left off, and that's the thing where everybody's talking about. So we'll see how Stephen Greer covers for this tonight. And it's so funny that the people who want to believe this go off on these things. They get really offended by it. What's this? There we go. WASP tactical aerostat system. Here we go. What we got here? What we got here? Check it out. Look, those ropes look familiar. Put a little helium in there. Yeah, look at that. Now that doesn't look like the same thing we saw, but that's all right. Maybe that's what's underneath. Oh, look at that. So pretty. Yeah, the other one's like, I guess it's white. I mean, you don't know. They're throwing green light on it, right? Green light's a wash light, by the way. For all those who are into nice Mitch Hedberg reference. Yeah. Yeah, so is that it? That's it. So there you have it. And it's a type of drone. So the military using balloon drones and then retrieving them. I don't know. What that does though, it get credibility that this is helicopter footage. And I still have a hard time believing 100% that this is helicopter footage. I that's what I'm asking. Like anybody who's done this before, says, I'm not saying this newly revealed about 20-foot long UAP footage is specifically Aerostat, but for floating the Aerostat theory, I decided to dig around. Okay, so I mean, yeah. Again, we don't know what it is, but to me, the Aerostat looks a lot more robust than this thing. Like it's a lot rounder. You see, it's a lot more rounder. This is more oval egg shape. And again, this thing they have over top of it is like, who wrapped this sucker? Oh yeah, just throw a blanket on top in case it gets cold. You know, like what are they putting? What's the purpose of the blanket on top? Doesn't make any sense. Like that's how I break things down. It's like does it make sense? Does it okay? Does it make sense for us? Does it make sense for them? That's the idea, right? So intelligence, an intelligent, non-human intelligence is the big buzzword today. If that's the case, right? Then how intelligent is this thing? What's it supposed to do? Like how intelligent is it that it got caught? Right now, it's being moved around, you know, shamefully moved around by lower intelligent life forms with, you know, with archaic, you know, aerial devices from their perspective. But this egg, what's it supposed to do? I mean, is that an egg of war? Is it supposed to attack us? Does it suck people into it and turn them into a chicken? I don't know. I mean, but it doesn't. If you were an alien, would you make an egg and say, okay, we're going to send the eggs over to Earth to mess with them? And what's the point of this? I've always asked this about the orb things too. The people used to point out this, you know, the orb thing goes back to like, you know, 10, 15 years ago. People would get laser pointers and like move them around, right? Like freaking, and they say, look, it's an orb. But I was like, what is the point of these things dancing around the sky and doing all these little acrobatics for us? Like, would you really travel like, you know, dozens of light years to a foreign planet just to dance around and go, look at me? I go left, I go right, I go up, I go down, I go in circles. I turn my lights on, I turn them off. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no thought, there's no intelligence behind these intelligent devices, right? What's the intelligence here? Oh, they're gathering intelligence. What are they gathering? They don't already know. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like these are the questions that people kind of like when they really want it to be true, they go, I don't need to know that. Oh, yeah, that's you know, that's not important. Well, I'll make something up. I'll just make something up. And you know who makes up stuff really great? Stephen Greer. He's probably the best guy at it. He can run hot. He can take on the, you know, he can take the heat, and he'll come up with a reason for anything. He'll come up with a reason for anything. So let's take a look at that. Is that a good? Are we good on this? We understand where we're coming from here, right? I hope so. I hope so. I think we got it. And again, the Jake Barber interview got scratched, but it's over there on Rumble, so you can always go find it on Rumble if you haven't seen it yet. It's it's very odd. It's very odd. It's very low. I would say it's very low grade conspiratainment in terms of like, you know, if you're going to make this big announcement, and have you done your homework on how to present conspiratainment right so that you don't come out of there, you know, looking sus. Like these guys are so sus when they come out of this thing. The leading questions, the lack of evidence that you know, that's another key thing about these UFO alien conspiracy groups is they promise you're going to get all this. Oh, I just wonder what happened here. You're going to get all this. I knew something was off. I was like, what's off? Something's off right now. Oh, I got to set it so it doesn't change on. It makes my face turn red. I think I was using that one last night. It worked pretty good. That's my America Aurora there in the background. I think it's all right. Let me see. Anyways, where was I at? That distracted the hell out of me. So anyways, you know, you think that they would put out a better presentation, have more evidence. I mean, really going to shock the world. That's the one thing. They always overpromise and underdeliver. Like that's another key thing that you're being grifted by somebody in the UFO alien rabbit hole, is that they'll always overpromise and underdeliver, and they'll always miss their dates, or their dates will come up very short of what they're promised. Right? You'll get out of there with like an egg on a stick instead of like, you know, real alien tech up close, like just to show the stuff, right? And it's just an indication that all of it's bullshit. Like they have to get you to buy into the fact that that aliens come here first, right? So that's the first thing, which is like, okay, you use the idea that the universe is huge, so we can't be the only life in it. So that kind of qualifies it a little bit, right? You take that first step into there. Then you might end up watching a show like Ancient Aliens, which is complete bullshit from start to finish. And it's on the History Channel, so it makes it look legit. But all those things they've said on that channel have been debunked. I did a 2-part series on that. It's from beginning to end, the Alien UFO Rabbit Hole podcast playlist. It's probably linked in the description already because I added this one to it. But the very first 2 episodes are about ancient aliens and how it's a complete grift. It's just the 2 guys. It's a guy with the crazy hair and the old grumpy guy with the glasses. These guys came up with the whole thing. All right. And they don't tell you that. They put it on the History Channel and make it act like it has some legitimacy to it. So if you start buying into the ancient alien stuff, well, then you're open to all the rest of it, right? If you're like, that's BS, we have no evidence that aliens have ever been here. If you look at the evolution of the flying saucer, right? The flying saucer. And what we're going to see here in the first podcast is I'm going to revisit to that. And it's going to confirm what I'm telling you. So I'm setting this up for a reason, right? It's like you're going to see the evolution when Greer himself is going to show you pictures of flying saucers, right? The flying saucer terminology didn't just came out like hasn't been around forever. It hasn't been like some ancient thing. What's a flying saucer? No, it was a word that came out. I don't even know if it's 100-year-old term yet. It may be coming close to it. I don't think it's even 100 years old, that terminology of you saying a flying saucer, right? Flying saucer became UFO, UFO became UAP, now it's NHI. They're going to continually rebrand the archetype so that they can evolve the story with it. But if you go ahead and you buy into that, and then you're open to the project disclosure saying, well, the government's hiding alien technology and 0-point energy and all this stuff from us, and that's how disclosure started out, was the government hiding it from us, right? And then they were petitioning the government to release the evidence, right? So now it's gone on to it's rogue elements with it. It's rogue elements outside the government now, inside, outside. Well, now they're inside and outside because they put their own people in there for disinformation purposes, right? So, and now it's this group that's taken the technology and gone rogue, even further rogue. So you follow the evolution of Project Disclosure and Stephen Greer's little escapades throughout, of grifting, mind control, basically his escapades through the alien UFO rabbit hole. You'll see his story change multiple times over the course of his expedite of his adventures, right? And then now it's evolved to this. Now it's evolved to Jake Barber being one of his contacts. But let's get into this podcast here, and we'll talk about it as we go through. Hopefully, I've warmed you guys up enough for that. And anybody who's just joining me for the first time or rewatching this, which I want to thank you for, gets an idea of where we're going tonight. We're going to watch, and the way you watch people that are trying to get you to believe in something that they can't prove is you got to slow them down word for word. Remember what they say, because oftentimes they're going to cross up what they say as they move along. They're going to embellish, add to it, and they're going to remove stuff too. They won't ever answer a correct question. So you go on a podcast like Dana Carvey and David Spade, where every time Stephen Greer was asked a direct question, he would go into a story and then never answer the question. And we noted that several times because we slowed it down line by line. And we said, okay, they asked him a question, and now where's he going with this? We'd watch his technique, and he would never answer the question. And those guys weren't sophisticated enough as interviewers, because they're actors, right, to understand how to pick up on that and go back and make him answer the question. I think one time David Spade tried to do that, and it just didn't work out, and they both just gave up because, it's them. So anyways, bring it on up. This is episode 2 of this podcast here. And since it's not all that interesting, we'll kind of keep it on big mode a little bit. Before I start this, let me say you guys are having a great time out in the chat tonight, and I appreciate that. I love all the chatter, man. We're talking about all kinds of fun stuff out there. So hopefully I'm entertaining you, and let's go on with the show here. We have to get this at winning speed, otherwise we'll just pull our hair out. So yeah, we're gonna screw up to winning speed here. And between the two of these, it'll be a complete show. So This is the one before, the day before. Remember, this is the reason why we're watching this. That and the flying saucer stuff he's going to show you. We're going to have a blast when it gets to that point. And remember, this is sensitive topics we're covering here. Very sensitive topics. At any time, it could trigger a zebra alert. And when it does, make sure that you have your zebra badges. You want to send it to me in email, or do you want it to no, I'll look at it with you, Miles. I'll look at it with you, dude. I'll look at it with an open mind. I'll be like, believe me, no prejudgments here. Show me something good and I'll take a look at it. I've looked at all kinds of videos over the course of like a decade and a half or more of this kind of stuff, getting down granular to it. I have certain techniques I've come to know that work. You know, I have ways of looking at the video, and we'll see what you got, man. I mean, if I can't tell you it's one thing or another, I'll tell you that's what it is. So yeah, Miles, if you want to send it to my Gmail address, you can. You can also post them if you want to. If you do Discord and you want to join our Discord, since you're a member, I can get you a Discord link, and you can go and you can send it right to me in Discord. You can DM it to me in Discord. Let me know how you want to do this, and my mods will hook you up. All right. So, and we'll get that. I'll do that for you, man. 100%, dude. 100%. So, here we go. And you can write, if you want to, when you send that, write a little story with it. So I understand, the context, you know, give me some context to go with it. So we can do this from the chat and from the stream, or if I have something to look at and think about as I'm watching it, just set me up with the context on it. And that should be a good way to start out on it. But I would love to look at your stuff, man. And like I said, Aphex sent me some stuff with his friend. We took a good look at it. I will always do that with an open mind, for sure. Okay, so where was I at? So make sure that you have your zebra badges ready in case we go into zebra alert, okay? And as you can see here, other people understand this, right? And this means that you have to have this badge on when you talk, because if you don't, you may be considered one of those people that aren't supposed to be there during the zebra alert. And then you know what Wolfram has to do, right? You know what he has to do, and we don't want to make him do that, all right? So and that, you know, you may end up getting timed out for a short period just for your own safety during the zebra alert. So make sure that you understand the rules. Type yes with a zebra if you understand how zebra alert works. If you don't understand, if you don't understand, we'll happily try to explain it to you. So there you go. But yeah, zebra. If there's a zebra alert, make sure you have the zebra badges. Remember, we're in a Greer territory here. It could happen at any time. It changed many shapes, even into a star. Where do you live, Miles? Where are you from? Yeah, there's the Discord. If you Discord, do you Discord, Miles? If you Discord, there's a Discord. All right, yeah, you got it. She's got the zebra print on, and while we're waiting for that answer here, let's do this. What? Why didn't it put it up there? There we go. Talking Trash Truth, thank you for the $10 super chat. Sense of topics, need some girding first. Play the boobies and start the girding. Okay, there you go. What's girding? What's a girding? I don't know. All right. So they got you covered out there, Miles. They got you covered. And send that on to me. And when just let me know how you're gonna do it, and that way I'll know where to look for it at. Okay. And if we get time at the end tonight, we'll take a look at it. If I think like I need to, if I look at it and say, well, yeah, I'm going to take I need to do this more like than live. I'll take it back to the, my software and zoom in on it and do all that stuff that I do. Put some different filters over it, and that's some detection. That's par for the course for how I run things as far as trying to figure out the authentication of it all. But yeah, we'll check it out for you, dude. Especially if you feel like you're not being heard and you want some some understanding or closure on it or whatever. And I'd love to hear your story about it. So make sure you include your story, whether you post it to me on Discord or in an email. Okay, and just let me know. All right, and I appreciate it. And thank you for supporting the channel, man. New guy, new member, Miles. Guys, we'll figure out what's going on with it. I've been looking at a lot of the updated like military stuff because what I found out is like a lot of times that things are happening. There's new military testing of new aviation going on. The next evolution in military aviation is drone warfare. I mean, it's already being low key. I mean, it's the drone war is Ukraine, Russia right now, right? But what's the evolution of that? You're talking about swarms. You're talking about manned aircraft that have a squadron of drones with them. Like people, and I find these crazy channels, and like I'm like, I almost brought one to you guys, but I was like, okay, so I looked at a few more of this guy's videos. I'm like, Navy Power is the name of the channel. I don't know. It's AI driven. I don't know that it's 100%. Sometimes like I showed you guys that jet, um the Manta or whatever that was supposedly, stopped, and then they're saying that's restarted. It could, the whole thing was a grift. So the people put out these videos about these aircraft, military aircraft, and this one was about the SR-72. So there's stuff out there about SR-72, and I asked Grok about it, and I'm like, well, do you think based on what you've seen, this is legit? It's credible that they are working on an SR-72. That this is going to be the latest and greatest, and the SR-72 is supposedly like has a drone accompaniment with it, like it can fly like that, but it has a scramjet technology, hypersonic. I mean, all that stuff. So anyways, this is zebra egg. Nice. So anyways, I've been looking at that too, because a lot of times when they are testing new stuff or they are out there with new things, that the UFO rabbit hole stirs up, right? Or it's a lot of times it stirs up when there's a distraction they want to make. So I don't know. Sometimes it's just great timing with the UFO grifters because you have, this stuff going on with the drones in New Jersey, which we're supposed to find out about like really soon. So we'll be covering that. But we have that going on, and then when they say they don't know, that's like the go word for people who are in the ready to grift off that, and that's usually been historically Greer's go word. And now you got Jake Barber, and I think what we're gonna find is Jake Barber is more connected to Gersh. Remember the Gersh guy that came out and said alien biologicals and all that stuff? That guy, I think we're gonna find that he's more tied to him than Greer, although Greer's claiming him. That's the thing I'm really looking at is like, well, I don't think that there's not a chance that Greer and Barber end up connecting at some point, especially when Barber finds himself probably fairly discredited. But at the same time, Greer's story goes so much far beyond where his does, and it doesn't always add up. So let's listen to the beginning here. This is the day before, and then we're gonna listen to the day after, and we're gonna see what the difference is here. Let's get started. I've rambled enough. On we go.
Welcome to episode 2 of the Dr. Stephen Greer.
What do you the Reddit egg disclosure? What do you mean? I saw I mean this is the one we're talking about. I think Jake Barber. It's one we did Saturday night that got blocked, but it's still live on Rumble. That's the one, and this is a guy, Jake Barber, the egg disclosure guy, that Greer claims was his inside guy, right? So we're gonna hear him try to prop this up. Now, this is the reason why I'm doing it this way is because at this point, Greer hasn't seen the NewsNation reveal yet, right? That interview had come out, and that interview bombed, man. It bombed. It's a different one. Let me see. All right, I got Discord up if you want to send it to me. Was that hold on. The Arctic egg? Is it the Arctic? Is it the 4chan Arctic egg one? Whatever this thing is. Arctic egg. Arctic egg. Dude, you can't trust anything coming off 4chan. Alleged 4chan UFO leaker. That's not a real thing. Why if you're a UFO leaker, why would you go to 4chan? Like that's the known grifter home base. That's a grifter home base. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry, I'm looking at this stuff over here. Shelly sent me. I don't know if that is that the same one? Is it the same one from Germany found in Antarctic? I think it's this one. Okay, I'll show it. I'll show it. Let's do it. Sorry, I will start this podcast eventually. I promise you that. I promise you that, and it will be entertaining, and you will like it. I promise you. Okay. This is that, and this is this. Okay. So, alleged 4chan UFO leaker has returned and shared images and videos of Antarctic egg UAP recovery. This is huge. Mass to moving to disclosure board. You know, disclosure is a term that Steve Greer came up with. He is the king of that word. In fact, the word is said today because Stephen Greer said it first. That's how good this guy is at grifting. So evidently, this egg is hiding in a cave in Antarctic. It couldn't be a giant ice ball. It's definitely an egg. And I don't know what any of this other shit is here. This is typical. Here are some weird pictures. Now use your imagination stuff. Let's take a look at this. I got another something swinging from something. And I guess they're lifting it up. That looks like really high off the ground there. And what's with the color here? Let's just enlarge this. Why is everything gotta be green? Okay, so right now, first thing I'm noticing right now is a lot of noise right here. Watch. See the noise? A lot of noise on that. You can see a trail of noise. Watch this. Hold on. See the trail? The trail of noise right there? Let me slow it down. This is how I do it, man. All right. Trail of noise. See the trail of noise? That automatically makes it seem kind of sus. But I usually just note that kind of stuff. I'm like, okay, there's some noise there. Not understanding the quality of the video, where it's coming from, how it's being shot. What are we looking at here? Is this an arm off a helicopter? Is this, what are we looking at? What is this wide thing right here with this thing going like that, right? Now, what you end up finding a lot of times, and that just because that's a better harness, I think, than last time. Better harness than the old blankie, with kite string on it. That still looks kind of weird. But I don't know what we're looking at here, or why everything has to be in the way. Somebody can't get a clear shot from another helicopter. When it's on, it's like, why do we get this for video footage, not like, somebody walking around it when they're right here at this point. It's always the pictures, right? So it's in some cave in Antarctic. Okay, who found it? Why? What were they doing in the cave? And what country? I mean, because it's Antarctica is an international place, right? So it could be from a lot of different places. That's probably answered. Let's see what this says. What are some examples of illegal races coming here? What is like species? What do they want? Okay, so they're giving you specifics here on things that you can't prove. What is the purpose of the reset and what will achieve? What is this about? Okay, this goes into automatically. I'm an expert on the fact that the aliens are going to come here and change everything. Did the being tell you why things were about to change 2025? He speaks of countless natural disasters, the Third World War. This is the same old script. It's always a natural disasters, world war, conflicts, and would please mention nuclear material at some point, nuclear war. I guess that's what World War III is about. Hold on a second. All right. Many actually spoke of Guatemala and Jesus, but many others we never knew about. What this is no. Sorry, I give this one an F. I mean, it didn't help that it came from 4chan, right? But I mean, this is typical. Like what I'm showing you is this is a typical grift, right? It's like you get weird footage, you get stills, and then you get somebody automatically becoming the expert on the situation, telling you that aliens are coming and this is what it's going to be like. So everybody stand down. The aliens were going to come to save you. You don't have to do anything but wait and just keep your light on, keep the light within you glowing, have gratitude for everything so that you could transform into the 5th and 6th and 7th dimension with the rest of us. Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, that's what that's about. So if that's the one you're talking about, Levy, I don't know, man. I don't know. If you got some better stuff on it than what I had right there, I'd be happy to look at it. But right now I'm not feeling good about that one. All right, here we go. Wow, Stephen.
Greer Podcast. My name is Michael Mazzola. I'm a filmmaker who has collaborated many times with Dr. Greer, and I'll be asking a few questions. Dr. Greer, why don't we kick off with the big news that is breaking right now?
Sure, and thanks, Michael. I've spoken for some time about a group of people who have worked at black sites out west in sensitive operations, where I visited those sites. The leader of that team has come forward. He had a little cameo on NewsNation yesterday.
Sure.
That would be Wednesday.
I think would be interesting to them. I just don't think they'd come down in a freaking egg, right? And then get shot out of the sky by special dark ops, black ops, underground base, corporate military conglomerations of rogue actors, bad actors that are trying to make the aliens bad guys. I mean, that's the thing, man. The story is so convoluted at this point. I don't know how anybody can really even on space buy into it. So unless you just really want aliens to be here and you really want this to happen because you think the world sucks and you want a big change, that part I get. I'm not saying it's real. It's just a fun. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate you adding to it, man. Now we know that there's multiple egg reports. You know that there's more than just one egg out there. That means there's a pretty big goddamn chicken running around.
That was talking about his involvement with the crash retrieval operations and what have you. There will be more that will be coming out Saturday on that same show with Ross.
So tell me about the moment when you realized that you were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology, alien.
This is the pre-disclosure interview that this guy, he's so like forgettable. I can never remember his name. Liam, I think, or something. I don't know. Can we just call him Liam? I don't know. Tom Collins. I don't know. Tom Collins. Something like that. And then Jake is the guy with the bug eyes.
So it became very clear the first time our communication process and procedure was modified. And then just visually looking at the object on the ground, you could tell it was extraordinary and anomalous. It was not human.
What people need to understand is that this has evolved.
Yeah, I bet like your story, right? See, he's going to do this just perfectly.
In the last,
I mean, dude, if you guys ever want to be a UFO grifter, just watch Steven do what he does.
Months. As of this past summer, that individual, Jake Barber, and his team, as well as people from other sites who are working with him, we're going to just collect a lot of the evidence of the crashes, the bodies, the retrievals, the man-made craft, hand them over, and we put it out publicly.
I gotta back that up.
Man-made craft of the crashes, the body. We're going to just collect a lot of the evidence.
They were going to collect a lot of the evidence
of the crashes, the bodies,
the crashes, the bodies, the retrievals, the man-made craft, over,
and we put it out publicly.
And then we put it out publicly. Why was he on NewsNation, Stephen? If you were his main guy, the handshake dude, the go-to dude, the guy who flew around in helicopters to these dark sites, these black op bases that he showed, you've seen it. Your own eyes, your Dr. Stephen Greer, emergency room physician turned new age alien contactor, remote viewer. Of course you were invited to these places. But I mean, if they're going to collect all the evidence of this, that, and the other, why did they come up with why did they basically lay an egg?
Then they decided to do it through some government process with an office called DOPSR. Which clears things that are going to be written and released at the Pentagon, DOPSR. You can look it up.
You can look it up, and that may be true, but it doesn't mean that they talk to them. right? That's the idea. So a lot of times what you do is you just throw in some truth, right? Some things that are provable, like, yeah, you can look up this government official office. It's really there, right? But why would they go there and say, hey, we're going to do all this stuff? Can we get your approval at the DSOP, whatever it's called? When Stephen, did you go there and talk to him? I mean, what was it? You guys are working together, right?
Another one of those alphabet soup acronyms in the government.
See, that's what he does too. He goes off on these things to buy himself some time. Like that statement was totally not necessary.
Sure, endless. But those are the ones who review what something you're going to print or release that's of a top secret nature. And then also they decided to unmask themselves. I've talked about this in the last month or two, that this was a very big development, a very good development, that instead of it being.
But that's the thing, is that they're doing crash retrieval for the military. That's not a rogue group. And what are they unmasking themselves for? I mean, they're literally in the record as military officers. So what do you mean unmask? Please elaborate.
An anonymous drop of information and intelligence and images without provenance, because this happens all the time in my situation. Someone wants to remain anonymous. They give me information, but I can't point to where it came from. Which, of course, people then say, well, maybe Dr. Greer got that from some unreliable source, or it's not legitimate. So in this case, their bona fides are extremely high.
I mean, I would just say that that's awful convenient, isn't it? Like my whistleblowers, and I have a lot of them, right? They're inside the White House. They're everywhere. They're inside Greer's organization. I got whistleblowers everywhere coming telling me stuff. I can't show you anything. I can't give you any names. Can't make any promises, but just take my word for it. I got whistleblowers. Some of them may be out there right now. Some whistleblowers may be out there right now. I don't know. There could be some whistleblowers in the crowd. I don't know who they could be, but you just never know who my whistleblowers might be. They could be any of these people, but they're everywhere. And so, when you guys hear from my whistleblowers, you know that you can believe what they say, right? Because they're mine. And it's like, don't worry. You might be thinking Winning's getting some bad information, right? It's like Greer, like, well, the bad information just might be coming from you, Stephen. That might be what it is.
They're going to be established in terms of their long-term involvement with these operations.
Yeah, she is the whistleblower.
Decades.
She's my number one whistleblower.
And the other part of it that's very exciting is that because they're naming themselves, they're adding the credibility of having been there and are currently boots on the ground at these facilities. Right?
He uses these terminologies, man. They think himself so official. They are currently boots on the ground. They are boots on the ground. They're unmasked boots on the ground.
Right? It's not like they were there in the 60s or 80s or something. These are current operations.
Current guys.
Firsthand people who are operational.
Firsthand.
In special forces. And and embedded with corporate activities at the Lockheed Skunk Works in Northrop Grumman. And
the goddamn Skunk Works. You skunk, you stink. You stink at the Skunk Works. Now, I mean, they make all the badass stuff, man. So, like I said, I've been looking at like the military, new military craft, new military upgrades, like upgrading this fighter jet, the history of this fighter jet, the history of this one, all that stuff to kind of understand how these Skunk Work guys work. See, I do the extra research to round out my knowledge base when I start getting into these things. So I'm like, well, if they are testing stuff and we are evolving with our technology and our military abilities, right? I mean, even Trump tells you that the stuff that you don't see is badass. Then what is it? And where does it come from? And what's it evolving from, right? The F-22, you got the SR-71, you got all kinds of things that you can point to that have been badass over time. And like, how do we evolve from that? The SR-71 was a great, very fast, it was a, fast, great reconnaissance plane, but wasn't good, wasn't good to serve in combat. Like even our F-14s could take it on in a combat situation. But as far as gathering intelligence and being a great multiple, it can gather multiple times of intelligence at a time and being extremely fast. It was perfect, it was great. And so the SR-72 is supposed to be a combination of both hypersonic scramjet engines, if it's really true, right? I can do a little spot on some of this stuff. Probably in the future, I'll do that, right? The SR-72 stuff's interesting because I don't know if it's legit, but it seems like it's more credible than not. Like they could be working on it, but if it is the evolution and what they're talking about, in that video, which I thought maybe we could just look at just for fun. Like we could say, well, I don't know if this is exactly right, but it sounds cool. And it could give us an idea of like what we could potentially be looking towards. We might do that. We might do that. We have to get through this stuff first, man. This is too exciting though, because every week we should be getting more stuff, right, Stephen?
That's really quite a major development. Now, the evidence that exists is way vaster than what you're going to see Saturday. It's going to come out in parts over the next couple of months. And
you had no idea how true that statement was. I mean, I don't know what's coming out over the next couple of months. He's touching his ear again. He does this when he's getting ready to do something. This is a tell. I just happened to catch it at the right time. But yeah,
a lot of this is strategic on their part to see how does the public handle it? What is the media?
This is ridiculous, by the way. This whole thing is ridiculous. Where he goes in this explanation about he does this several times and does this a lot. They can only give us a little bit at a time because we're too stupid. This is where you should start getting kind of insulted by him. The public's too stupid to handle it. Yeah, we're all going, just tell us. Just tell us. We deal with each other all the time. We deal with each other's bullshit all the time. Just tell us. There's nothing we've seen some shit by now. I mean, we got all kinds of crazy stuff going on in this world. You don't think we can handle some alien tech? Make life a little bit interesting. I think people would actually get excited about it, not get upset about it, right? I think they're gonna get more upset when they find out that our enemies have a comparable technology to spy on us, and that's going to be more upsetting than an alien visiting to say hello and do a little dance in the sky for us.
Do with it, and more importantly, what pushback and dangers are there coming back to them from rogue elements of government programs where they're
okay, so the rogue elements is the real threat here, not us. That's what he's really worried about. I mean, guess what, Stephen? If they're really rogue elements and they have all this technology you're talking about, and they're all these super intelligent, they're into everything, they're weaved into every aspect of our lives or whatever, every aspect of our government. Guess what? They already know.
There'd be law enforcement or other activities, and we've talked about this before. Mr. Grush said this under oath at the House last year that there have been people killed, and we know this. There have been people.
I think okay. Look, guys. I think the SR-71, not 72. 72 hasn't been made. And yes, and that was some of the cover stories at the time were to cover for the SR-71. Lucky Skunk Works, guys. So anyways, hold on, that took me off my game here.
Associated last year that there have been people killed, and we've talked about this before. Mr. Grush said this.
Grush, that's it. So yeah, the other guy seems more connected to Grush, and he incites. He says talks to Grush. He actually Grush and Barber are like part of the team. They're like they're the ones. They're the ones he's talking about. So the big mystery about who these guys are, and they took them on this helicopter ride and showed them all this shit, and then this other group that Delta Force, Green Beret, Navy SEAL. Who am I leaving out here, guys? Green Beret, Delta Force, Navy SEAL. Who are the other ones? Who are the other badasses? Green Berets. I said that. Green Beret, Delta Force, Navy SEAL. I'm missing somebody important there. I don't know. Whoever. Who are the Special Forces? Rangers. Yeah, the Rangers. Who are the Special Forces for Space Force? Do they have Special Forces? I want to know who they are. That's got to be a dangerous job. Chuck Norris. Yeah, they got Chuck Norris too. RCMP. So anyways, so yeah, the group that wants to take these guys out before they do any more damage or before they pull the big alien hoax on us, right? Big alien hoax. And Stephen, because they came to Stephen because he's a doctor and he ran a new age cult to try to talk to aliens by meditating on a beach, right? Remote viewing or far seeing, as they call it now. Of course, he didn't ever mention psionics, and watch what happens between this episode and the next episode where he talks about psionics, because Jake Barber brings up psionics. And by the way, nerd, I may need to come on and give a quick talk about the band of psionics because we don't understand what the band of psionics is, but you would understand what the band of psionics is from Dungeons and Dragons. So that way we have something to go on here. The band of psionics. Anyways. So yeah, of course you would get invited to these things, but why haven't they ever mentioned you? Why aren't you ever there? with them, and why aren't they on your show?
Under oath at the House last year that there have been people killed, and we know this. There have been people I've been associated with that have been killed.
And he doesn't care. It's like, I don't care. Yeah, they've been killed. So what? Shit happens. Move on. I'm responsible for people dying. Okay, it's all right. I'm fine with it because this is serious business here.
So there's a delicate situation, because it's one thing if
Say their names, honor
you
them.
do it anonymously, it passes through a couple individuals into my hands and we disclose it.
Into my hands. See that there it is. And they do this. They go through all this trouble to do it anonymously and to pass it through a guy's into his hands, right? I think Greer could be the outlier here. I don't know. I feel like he's. I mean, just look. It's my theory. It's my theory right now. And if you love Steven, let's try to figure out the truth together, right? But right now, the way he's coming across, and I think I'm making it clear as to why he's coming across that way to me, at least, is that he seems to be piggybacking off of whatever he sees. But no, he would never do that, right? But he seems to be piggybacking off of everything he sees and then embellishing on it. That seems to be the way he does things, and that's why he's got $6.6 million. 6.6. The guy's worth $6.6 million. Right? Doing what? What has he accomplished in his life? He's got his closer disclosure. How? What has he actually disclosed? What has he done? The alien, the baby alien was just a malformed human. Okay, that was wrong. This whole SETI 5 thing that he has, that nobody's ever talked to an alien or ever had a craft land in front of them. All right, that shit doesn't work. The Project Disclosure nothing got disclosed. How many presidents have been through since Project Disclosure was launched? Nothing. And now you got this drone phenomenon going on, right? And now you got these other guys coming out, maybe taking a page out of his book. Who knows? However, they're not associated with him. That doesn't seem to be associated with him, but he associates himself with them. They never bring him up. They never bring up even his terminology or his story. Yet he still goes back and goes, yeah, they're all part of it. We're all part of it together. This is the way Drake Kent Bailey used to do call it, he's original QAnon, right? He was the original Q. The people who did the whole Q thing stole a lot of his material. Like, and I went back and proved that. I did a stream about that because I was around when Drake was doing his trust the plan bullshit. Right, saying him and the militia were talking, and patriots across America, we're going to take the country back from Obama and install Ron Paul, like all this stuff, right? Of course, I was watching him because he was trying to drag in patriots, people that were, voting against the establishment, voting for Ron Paul. He's trying to drag him down into this alien new agey rabbit hole because eventually aliens came out in his shit too. Right. And that's when most people are like, no, we just spent months listening to your ass thinking there was some kind of plan. See, that's where the QAnon people learned, don't involve the aliens because then you're going to lose people. But yeah, and inner turmoil, all kinds of things happen with that guy. And now you can find him over, talking about being a secret super soldier from space. How about that?
Which has happened for
anyway,
30-some
I
years.
digress.
Information, in the case some documents, images, stuff like this. It's in our archive, dpiarchive.com. Go and see. There's
Disclosure Project Archive. And okay, so DPI Archive. That's just a bunch of bullshit of people just saying things and never proving them.
huge cache of stuff there that no one's looked at yet. But when you're naming
no
yourself,
one's looked at it yet. But Steven has a podcast. He goes on and does interviews with people. He never brings anything with him. That's the other thing about it. It's like he never brings anything with him. He shows up with his collared shirt on, his earpieces, right? He sits in front of the camera and tells the same shit over and over again. But he never brings anybody anything to look at. So today, I think he's going to show us some stuff. And I need to keep
and you're operational. And you're in a program where, let's just say, if you become too problematic, people tend to be erased or arrested or harassed or whatever.
Not you, though.
So
I'm going to talk over him a little bit, guys. And I stop it so I'm not talking over him. But in order to get through this and the next one, I got to move a little bit quicker than I'm moving. I noticed I'm only 5 minutes into this, and I need to cook a little bit better than this because I can talk about this dude. Trust me on that. So, anyways, it's just easy to dissect, and when you can make $6.6 million off of conning people into believing your story, there's some art to that. There's some art to it.
Changed everything 2 months ago. And they are running their algorithm to their own OPSECs, operational security needs. And of course, I'm very much cooperating with that. So
I bet
my
you
intention as the founder of the Global Disclosure Project 30 years ago is to be sure that they are safe and try to get this information to the widest audience. But more importantly,
how are you going to make sure they're safe if they're the ones with all the badass shit? Like, how are you going to make sure they're safe and then get it to the widest audience? Well, you're not really telling the same story they are. Where's the egg?
also,
Like, yeah, I mean, so you got to wait for them to drop it, and then you're going to get to the widest audience and make sure they're safe. They got to drop it first. Okay. All right.
gauge from the connections that we have on my team inside the incoming administration and the current members of Congress, how that's going over and what the appetite is for supporting a path out of these illegal secret programs, or is it going to push back and shut down further? So in a sense, what's coming initially is sort of testing the waters, poking the bear, and putting up straw balloons, if this makes sense to people.
Hey, Lefty, what's up?
And that's a rational approach when you're gone from releasing things anonymously through a whole huge network that we have versus doing it where you're named, name, rank, serial number, who you are, your whole identity.
Time out. Your whole big network. Everybody on the Disclosure Project came out there and said their names and said what their background was, and they would testify in kind of Congress. I saw the whole thing. We did a whole. That's episodes 3 and 4 of the Alien Rabbit Hole series. So check those out. We covered all that. We listened to everybody tell their story and all that stuff. We went through the whole thing. We documented it. So anyways, so no, this isn't that big of a deal. And what network are you talking about? Like where you're going to, what network? As far as I can tell, Stephen Greer works alone. Like who else is he with? Who's his team besides Mazzoli and the Cousins twins from Third Faith of Moon, the griftiest old conspiracy UFO channel out there with the worst videos, worst production, most fake looking shit that you've ever seen in your life. Those guys, that's his team. You talking about the Cousin brothers, and Mazzoli over here
is known to the public. That is a horse of a very different color, my friends. So that is why it really went through this whole metamorphosis since we first began talking about this. Now, keep in mind, I've known this gentleman, Jake Barber, and people on his team for about 20 months now when they first reached out.
All
and I've seen a beautiful evolution from being completely in the shadows to wanting to move and cooperate with disclosing certain information, but it would have been anonymously, to now coming out fully.
Really? Because you went on David Spade and Dana Carvey. You said they came to you ready to that they had realized they had done unconstitutional things and they're ready. They came to you ready. That's what you said. So that's how now this is beautiful evolution. He's just so integral. He's such a part of it. Stephen Greer's magic. He's the magic man. And so that's why he's able to see such miracles happen before his eyes. So now the story is that they weren't really ready they didn't know what they were doing when they met Stephen, and Stephen obviously guided them towards the light,
which is much more powerful, but it's also risky.
Powerful. Yeah.
So, there are these trade-offs.
Everybody's out there. If the people have fucking crazy alien tech that know everything and they're inside of everything else and they know everything already, what are you talking about? It's dangerous. What's dangerous about it?
And that's why I'm trying to give people some context to understand that. And I think what we all need to do, who are concerned with the truth and a future that is peaceful and a future that involves wonderful new technologies to reboot human civilization on a sustainable path, is to protect these folks and to be sure that we recommend to our elected leaders that they institute the protections that we've been recommending for decades. I mean, if you go into our archive, you'll see that in my correspondence with Bill Clinton, President Clinton, back in the 94-5 time range, after I briefed his CI director, every one of those executive order recommendations that were present then are present now in the briefing document for the incoming president, as well as past presidents.
And yet they weren't on the table for some reason. Now, I'll show you this in between podcasts. The letter he's talking about, right then, he said that, right? He posted a little screenshot of it on his page, right? And it's basically just says that this memo was sent to these people. That's all it says. Anybody can do that. Anybody can send a memo to anybody they want to, right? Get the memo? So that's what it says. It didn't say that they read it. It did say that they acknowledged it, that they thought it was true. They took it seriously. None of it. It just says that it was sent to them. So that's what he's talking about right here.
Dealt with. At this time, it looks like there's a very positive development in that regard, because last night, quite late, and I know I called Michael right away, I got 4 executive order drafts from a source I cannot name that pretty much goes through that. I mean, it literally, one of them, Executive Order 1, is to
Executive Order 1.
establish a coordination office on UAPs, UFOs in the White House to get to the bottom.
Yeah. Did you guys remember saying that we're going over all the executive orders? I don't remember seeing that one. We went through half of them last night. We'll go through the other half tomorrow night. But yeah, I don't remember seeing anything like this. We'll have to keep our eyes open.
Bottom of this, and again, I'm not going to bore you by reading the text, but I have it.
Executive Order 1.
The order number 2 is the interagency coordination, and having all different agencies coordinate it, and they keep using the word disclosure. Every one of these executive orders mentions the word disclosure. And then there's one that we've been asking for, and that's enhanced protections for the whistleblowers. And it goes into the need to have them protected by all means necessary. And
what does that mean? Okay.
That
you're going to put like, the Secret Service on them?
That is something that we have been asking for 30 some years, because remember, if you want to see whistleblower testimony, go to dpiarchive.com. You're going to see, I think, 115. Correct me, Raven, if I'm
Yeah. Is that all? I got 115 right here, man.
wrong. Or so named people who are already been interviewed, name, rank, and serial number. They're not anonymous, that are in the
You just said this is unprecedented because they are going mask off.
Disclosure Project collection that I have personally debriefed.
That's what I
Now,
said earlier.
debriefed
I was like, I already
close
knew
to
this.
1,000. And you can see there are a whole bunch of redacted names. It didn't want
Debrief means that he took he recorded what they had to say and put it on his
to
website.
come forward publicly, but we already have 115 that are named. And these include people all the way back to the 60s who are still living before they passed away, like Sergeant Clifford Stone, who were on crash retrieval teams. So that has come out before. What's unique here is that there's going to be evidence of those operations, proof of it released also. Now,
there's no one's disputing that there's crash retrieval teams. It's like, are they collecting alien tech or not? That's the thing. And it looks like a giant egg on the end of a pole. People probably aren't going to believe that, even though you think they're stupid.
that puts everything in a different light, because everyone has said for 30 years, the testimony can only take us so far. We need the proof of the operations. We need the proof of the craft. And I agree
like
with
real
that.
proof.
It's not as if I can force these people to risk their careers and lives to bring those out.
You're not involved. That's why I say, hold on. All right. So, I mean, you're not involved though. It's like when it comes down to people disclosing stuff, you're never there.
Out of a illegally run but top secret operation. And up until now, no one's had the courage to do it. These guys have had the courage to do it, which is an extraordinary development. And it's been an evolution of our relationship and their understanding of this. And they're very supportive of the objectives of disclosure, but they're also very supportive of the idea of reversing the dynamic between humans and extraterrestrials that's now either total denial they exist or an aggressive, covert, unsupervised, illegal downing, targeting, shooting the craft down with electromagnetic pulse weapons, etc. Now, the team coming forward has been part of those operations and know how they operate, up to and including the weapon systems used. And I have been out there and I've seen the facilities and I've been over the sites where they have downed. One site I was over 1 or 2 ET craft or NHI craft a year or downed. And I was in Jake Barber's chopper with another special forces guy about 15 months ago.
It's in Jake Barber's. He was in his chopper, dude. He was in Jake Barber's chopper. In the chopper. He was in it. Jake Barber, I have my own chopper, Steven. We can go riding in my chopper. It's not the company chopper, it's mine. We're gonna go riding in it. He was in the chopper, the very chopper. Dr. Stephen Greer, emergency room doctor, founder of a new age wacky alien communication cult that believes they're remote viewing aliens, but never actually meet any of them. But he's in the chopper, dude. He's in there. Him and Jake are side by side at this point. They are talking. They got the headset on. Roger, breaker 19, breaker 19. Yeah, get right. They're in there together. Just right over there, Stevens, where we got the alien tech. This is the deep down. We're right over top of the deep down. come on, dude. He's in the chopper. Let's go.
over that
Right
site.
there.
So, and there's another site north of there, but both of them are in remote desert locations in the high desert, the Mojave
Yeah, well, I
Desert.
can't mention
So
those.
those operations are known in great detail by the people on this man's team. How much of that will come out
Yeah,
has
think
a
if
lot
you
to
work
do
there, you might know
with
it.
U.S. government support for these protections, like I just
You saw his team too. You guys remember his team, right? That was the guy with the beard, the bald-headed guy. That was his team. That's the team he's talking about right here. The ones who are like, yeah, I'd say he's very reputable.
mentioned. And then the fourth one, that is the fourth one. So I don't know, I missed one.
Yeah, did you miss the one that said that the government should always they should totally disclose the information about the
Zebra alert. Zebra alert. Zebra alert. Zebra alert. Zebra alert. Zebra alert. Kill everyone in there. 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 Zebra alert. Kill everyone in there.
Mission accomplished.
All right, full scale zebra alert, full code zebra alert. We're on it. Hold on, I got it. Everybody got the good. I see everybody's using their zebra badges. All right. Hold on. Hello, Moscow. Yeah, we got it. Full code zebra alert. Full code zebra alert here in the U.S. We're calling to ask, what the heck was that? Do you know what's going on? What are you laughing for? What are you laughing about? What do you mean? What do you mean this is silly? How many people? I don't know. Did everybody make it here? The zebra alerts go off everywhere. It's like the admiral panics, and then the full code zebra alert is sounded, and then you know the procedures, right? You guys have a zebra alert too, don't you? No. No. Well, anyways, we have one, and it's pretty cool. But anyways, so what the hell was that? And why do you keep laughing? Hello? All right. Well, I guess everything's okay. They don't know what's going on either over there. So we can stand down the zebra alert. Stand down zebra alert. Okay. And we can go back to this. All right. And yes, we are back. Hopefully everybody made it through safely. Lefty's probably dead now if he didn't have his zebra badge on. Yeah, see? Because Wolfram is a damn good shot. That's true. That's true. Okay. Yeah, well, we haven't heard from either one of those, so maybe we lost a few. But anyways, let's get back to our featured presentation here. Stephen was just talking about how hold on a second. Okay. So anyways, he was just talking about the executive orders, and he got to 4 and he figured out he couldn't remember what it was.
Not very good at organizing these, but
he's not very good at organizing things. But
and then the fourth one.
All right. I feel like I got to this point in the last
so I don't
video.
know, I missed one. I'm not very good at organizing these.
I'm gonna let him roll.
Yeah. So the other there are 4. Most of them deal with coordinating offices and researching this and disclosing information. Now, one of them mentioned something that I brought up many years ago. Not every bit of the illegal secrecy is unwarranted. The illegal part is totally unwarranted and unconstitutional, but there are certain things that have to be kept secret. And I know many people have wondered why I've said this over the last 30 years. Is because some of these technologies that allow for the man-made craft to go from point A to B at several 100,000 miles per hour, man-made. If that technological capability were released in the current world, where there are terrorist cells, where there are unstable regimes, where there are nations that sponsor terrorism, those technologies would absolutely be turned into a missile delivery system, and it would be catastrophic. So not everything, it can be acknowledged we have them, but the let's say the operating
doing it
system
anyways,
and
right?
the designs. Those
You're
have to
doing
be
it
kept
anyways.
secret for a while
I'm just doing it. I'm
until
doing it anyway.
humanity gets to some level of collective security. And that brings us to a bigger question. And one of the things that we need to put into the recommendations is that there needs to be an international effort with Russia, America, China, other nation states all over the world to agree, number one, to cease and desist from any aggressive, violent actions against ET craft or their persons. And the second would be to initiate a global peaceful outreach to them. But then there also needs to be a collective security pact where the technologies that are involved in the reverse engineering breakthroughs that have happened. We're going to get into this in a minute because this is the big thing missing out of this whole conversation.
Let's go.
The massive breakthroughs in technology, those are all things we have paid for as taxpayers. And those would be the ultimate peace dividend of this sort of secret war that has not been declared openly between these operations being run without supervision illegally, and they're targeting
without these operations being run without supervision illegally. The illegal part is totally unnecessary and not needed. Yes, please help out. Remember on Rumble, it's up to you guys. On Rumble, man, that's thumbs ups. That's where it's all about. Just please thumb up the video, man. Let's make the little guy, the little platform win, let the little channel win on the little platform. Let's go. That'll get us out there. And like more people want to understand the brilliance of Stephen Greer, though. You know they do.
The ET craft. Now, many people have wondered why I've said for years that given what we've been doing, if these civilizations were hostile, it'd be over. Because I know what we've been doing. I've known about these operations for over 30 years where we have had targeted, sophisticated electromagnetic pulse weapons and other directional energy weapons that have targeted and downed these craft with loss of life. And I might add, the capture of living ETs that are kept imprisoned underground in certain locations.
No, man, they're so hostile that they're pussies. So it's like, we're shooting down the aircraft every year with our menial little human electromagnetic pulse weapons that evidently put us on the same level as aliens. Good luck. Come on, bring out the whole squad. We'll just shoot them down with our EMPs. You guys suck. You suck. That's all you got, really? And then you let us just do it, and you come back for more. We got your people. We're literally like opening them up with knives. And you guys are standing down and you're just letting this happen, huh? That's the kind of that's the advancement of that's the advanced society we're supposed to look up to. A bunch of wusses that fly around and eggs that let you get shot down with EMPs, right? And then let their people get operated on, and they don't do damn thing about it. This is evolution. This is peaceful. I mean, they sound like a bunch of wusses. They're like, oh man, don't make me go back to Earth, please. It's like almost like a punishment. Like, no, we're gonna send you into the EMP zone, dude. You're screwed now.
So that is a fact.
They send the new guys.
The teams that I've been working with who are behind the upcoming disclosures know that. There has to be a rescue effort for those unfortunate people. They're not humans, but they're people.
They're not humans, but they're people. See, we did get this far last time. I remember doing this before. I'm just
and in many cases,
right
of course,
here.
they have been treated very badly and tortured and interrogated. So, and we're talking about the ETs. Now, in light of that, given their technological superiority, which was obvious to anyone with a thinking brain, I mean, when we first started doing this, the whole Roswell thing was an early electromagnetic directional energy weapon.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the SR-71, nothing at all.
That downed those. We were using vacuum tubes. We barely even had jets.
Yeah, I remember this part
in
too.
1947. We had never gone into space yet. That was 1957. These civilizations, if they were hostile, the proof that they're not is that we are still here.
No. The proof that they're a bunch of wusses is that we're still here.
And we are still breathing the free air of Earth. And I have said that
the free air of Earth, guys. You're still breathing the free air of Earth because the aliens are a bunch of wusses. They'll let us shoot them down and operate on their people. They won't do a damn thing.
Many times at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and at the Pentagon. So I think that is what we have to keep. People say, what's the proof of that? I said, the proof is that we're here.
Yeah, right. Oh, wow. That's convenient.
Given these technological capabilities, we're talking interdimensional, transdimensional, and interstellar capable. Those civilizations.
Yeah, those guys let us shoot their craft down and operate on their pilots.
being thousands to hundreds of thousands and perhaps millions of years more advanced than we are.
And the truth that they're
technologically,
peaceful is that
if
we're
they had
still
not
here.
had a concomitant evolution in consciousness and social and spiritual development, they would have said, see ya, right?
Right? Oh no, yeah, that's evolution there. Evolution is turning into a giant pussy and then letting people walk all over you and steal your shit and cut up your friends. That is evolution, my friend. That's evolution. That's what we're going for here. Imagine how wonderful the world will be when everybody's like that.
That's what we would have done. Humans would have done that if the shoe were on the other foot. So I think we have to have a great deal of patience also.
That is the type of logic that, I mean, that's not logic at all, but it's a type of fallacy that I can't even name. I don't even know what you call that. You know, it's I don't have to think about it. But like, yeah, it's like, I think it's begging the question. I think that's what it is. It's basically saying that because we're still here, the aliens are peaceful, because if they weren't, we wouldn't be here.
With the non-human visitors and not NHI, non-human intelligence, because they have been very, very patient with us in tolerating this aggressive behavior that has resulted in the downing of their craft, the killing of their people, and then the reverse engineering of their technology, which we have then flipped around and used against them, right? That's what reverse engineering.
Hold on. Hold on. How do we flip it around and use it against them if we had to shoot them down with it? The EMP technology was the alien technology. That's where that came from. We didn't figure that out ourselves. What are you saying here? This is why you got to slow him down and listen to what he's saying, because he screws up all the time. He screws up all the time.
Engineering is all about is to find out how the technology works, but instead of putting it out to the public, that would save the biosphere and eliminate poverty.
It's the biosphere
in a generation.
Save
it's
the
been turned
biosphere.
into illegally run secret weapon programs that are targeting the ETs themselves.
Saving the
So
biosphere.
this is the truth. That, you know, most people aren't going to cut right through the BS, but I'm going to have to do that here because that's what's going on. Now, so I think that all the context of this is these guys coming forward is just the very beginning. And what you're going to see Saturday is the tip of a very big iceberg of evidence.
Oh, really?
We know
the
about.
egg is at the top of the iceberg, guys.
I'm not in charge of the dates and the way that gets released. I'm advising. We receive as things are going to go out generally, and I'm fine with that because they don't want to put us at any further risk. In the meanwhile,
you're precious. You're precious, Stephen. Of course, they wouldn't put you in any risk, Stephen. You're precious. You're the key to this whole damn story. You're the only one who knows it.
The citizenry, as Eisenhower called us, need to support the disclosure process, but at a very high official level in Congress, internationally, and also in the White House, because the chief executive of the United States is the president, regardless of who you voted for. I've dealt with all of them, and this needs to be a nonpartisan. But only that, more than just a U.S. response. There needs to be China, Russia. They have secret files. They have operations. Those need to begin to come forward there. The United Kingdom. Again, I've met with senior government people there. The top people legally aren't read in, but they have operations there that we've known about for years. So this process going on now in America needs to pick up disclosure globally. Everyone thinks this is only a U.S. issue. It is not. It is a global problem.
Dr. Greer, this is a really important.
Wow. It's too bad I'm like not born. I can pick up on this and be like, I am working with Stephen Greer. I don't know what accent that was. But I could be one of the international disclosure guys, make 6 million myself.
Point that I'd like for you to unpack. There's this very common misunderstanding that, it's the government that's covering this up.
Yeah.
And they conflate the government with this legacy group.
Well, I wonder why.
And as you've said many times, this legacy group is transnational. And if they want to be the US, they can be the US. If they want to operate as China, they can do that.
Now they're national, but it's our technology. It's always been they become transnational when it's necessary, right?
They operate as a terror group. Can you unpack that a little bit for us?
Yes, I mean, part of the problem of the unchecked power of a group with this kind of technology and intent, which has not been terribly good. It's been rather a malicious intent over the last 70 years. And Eisenhower warned of this when he said, beware the military-industrial complex and it will be a threat to our democracy and way of life. He knew that because on his watch, unfortunately, the whole matter went sideways. And he basically was betrayed by people he trusted, and they seized the levers of control over these reverse engineering and other operations dealing with UFOs, UAPs, NHI, extraterrestrial, whatever you want to call them. And that happened around the time they had the eureka moment in October 1954, and we had the breakthrough and had mastered what's called gravity control, the ability to control gravitational fields through very high voltage electromagnetic systems that reach transdimensionally. I'm not going to get into the physics of it.
Yeah, don't get into it because you just did. And that's supposed to make him sound like he knows what he's talking about when he doesn't. Adding a bunch of things in there, right? And then it's like, oh, I'm just talking over your head now. So, you know, that makes me very, very knowledgeable on this subject. And I won't get into the details because, you know, we all know you can't keep up with me, right? That's what he's saying right there.
Of it, it's understood at the atomic and subatomic level. But that was achieved 1 year before I was born, ironically, or almost a year before I was born. And once they realized what they had, they deepened the secrecy. And folks like Alan Dulles and others pretty much began to push the president, never mind members of Congress, out of oversight. And so
Always
that's
blame
the way
the dead.
it's been since the
Blame
late
the
50s,
dead.
unfortunately. Most people have this weird idea that just because you're the prime minister of the UK or the president of France or the president of the United States or
He said France. He did. You heard that right. He'll say it again.
whoever, that you're read into this sort of parallel secret government infrastructure that's rogue. And they're not. Now, are there people in the US government, even some politicians who are, let's say, on the payroll or tied into that operation? Absolutely, yes. Have there always been? Yes.
Name
because
names.
you embed those people almost as agents that are embedded to thwart anything that would begin to disclose the truth about that. That's what we encountered. So this is nuanced. I mean, most people say, well, why is the government keeping this secret? I say, well, 90+%, 99% of everybody works in the US government or British government or any other government know nothing about this. If you've seen the film
How
Unacknowledged,
convenient.
you know more about this subject than
That's very
90+% of
convenient.
all federal officials here and abroad. Fact. And this is, I've been in so many meetings with members of Senate, House, White House folks, Pentagon, senior Pentagon people. And the idea that just because you have a 3 stars or 4 stars, or that you're the president, or you're the CI director, or you're the chair or co-chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, that you have an all-access information on this. It simply isn't true. And this is where
That would totally blow up your grip, wouldn't it? I mean, if they all knew everything, that would just totally mess this whole thing up. No. Only people I say that no. All right.
That part of this is the hardest thing for both government officials to acknowledge, because no one wants to be the emperor that has no clothes, right? And you're like, well, this is all going on and we don't control it. It's scary. It's scary to those people, and it could be frightening to the general public. But the fact is, that is one of the biggest things that have to be fixed. So these guys coming forward isn't the end of anything. It's the very beginning of another phase of disclosure that's going to require the government of we the people to act to secure the technologies, move the safe ones out, like free energy, quote unquote, 0 point, things that would run your house, your car, your factory with no pollution and no energy bill either, by the way. But control some of the other technologies. That could be a weapon system. That's legit. And then also fix this parallel world of rogue secret government operations who now possess those technologies and who have used them in all kinds of terrifying events. Now, what am I referring to here? Anyone who's ever gone to a UFO conference or seen a documentary, it's replete with all kinds of frightening alien encounters, known as abductions and mutilations and things of this sort.
Right.
I have met with and debriefed a number of people
All the debriefings.
who have been operational at sites that have manned the man-made UFOs and directed the fake, they look gray, or there are different shapes of fake aliens that have been engaged in this kind of false flag operation for it's a psyop, trying to be sure people are afraid of the aliens, because a long-term agenda that was hatched in the mid-50s was to create this specter of a threat from outer space that would unite the whole world fighting them. That's the meta big agenda that has driven everything else, including all the disinformation on the subject. So as this comes out, one of the biggest tasks we're going to have is managing let's call it the legacy of disinformation and frightening portrayals of NHI, non-human intelligence, with what the truth is. But so far, it's all commingled. And people have had already 70 years of psychological brainwashing and prejudice built in about all things alien. So I think this is something that can...
And you're the man to do the job, right, Stephen? You're the man to do the job. That's right. That's right. You're the man to do the job, to undo the brainwashing of all the sci-fi movies we've ever seen. You're the man to do the job, right? To prove that this was all a big conspiracy to target the aliens as the bad guys.
we can't whistle past that graveyard. It's the biggest problem with
You can't whistle past the graveyard.
Is that it's like a pre-positioned weapon of mass destruction psychologically. It's been embedded in the human awareness for the past 70 years. And remember,
He doesn't even know how to say archetype. No, it's like it can now. ET was nice. We liked ET. We liked Mork. There's a lot of aliens we liked. We have faith in aliens. There's good aliens out there.
remember, we just passed in October of 2024 the 70-year anniversary of us mastering gravity control, and they began to build.
Oh, did you guys miss the anniversary party on that?
Man-made ARVs, they used to be called alien reproduction vehicles, that looked like a UFO, and then began to realize, well, gee, we can use this in all kinds of skullduggery. This is why we've been trying to get the document from the CIA that Jacques Vallée possesses.
I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I put you through this before.
It's an entry in Jacques Vallée's book from 1992 where he says he has a document where the CIA describes a psychological warfare operation in Brazil and Argentina using these advanced technologies to abduct peasants, their words, abduct peasants, and to create the specter of an alien threat. Now that's in black and white. It's a document.
So therefore, everything he's saying is true.
Those are the kinds of documents
that we know where you got the story
that
from.
Law enforcement sees and get, because it will prove what we've been saying for 30 years, that I've been saying for 30 years, is that there's the actual UFOs that are extraterrestrial. They're the man-made ones. And we're going to do this. In a minute, I'm going to go through, if my assistant can pull out some of these images.
Here we go. This is the good stuff.
We're going to we'll put them up on the screen for people. And that is the contrast between the man-made ones and the fake ones.
You ready for this?
I mean, the real ones and the man-made.
Get ready.
They look very, very similar superficially, but at close range,
get ready, guys.
They're very different.
Get ready. This is huge. This is huge. In fact, I'm going to go to a bigger screen here. I'll just jump from this one to this one. All right, there we go.
A man-made one
Deep
back
breaths.
in the 50s and 60s had rivets and bolts in the interior of the ARV that you see in our archive from the Norton Air Show in 1988,
Look at that. That looks like it would fly really good.
where there was 3 of them in a hangar.
I like how they put the radioactive right there on there.
Those had components inside them.
Uh-huh.
The witness who was there, Brad Sorensen, he said those were basically Mercury era. So that's late 50s, early 60s.
This like the gold.
And they had been a little bit of scorch marks. They had been out in our solar system. Now people say this
been
can't
out
be.
there.
That's that's 10 years before we landed on the moon in the lunar module.
10 years before we landed on the moon, they were flying around out there with anti-gravity devices. Holy shit!
Right, in the Apollo mission. But see, this is 2 separate programs, and never the twain shall meet. Now there are points of contact that are extremely compartmented.
Yeah.
But the people running super secret projects are their own power center. The unchecked
even
power
back
they have,
then, before you even realized
risky.
it.
Here, I'm just going to lay this out. I always tell people I'm an emergency doctor. If you've got a brain tumor, I ain't going to tell you you've got a migraine.
You're an emergency doctor. Give it to me straight, doc.
But in this case, this is a very big risk, and that is organizations and corporations and operations, all here and abroad. It's in this transnational group that doesn't care about boundaries, political boundaries between U.S., China, Russia, Canada, and whatever. I mean, the whole world is their operating theater of operations.
Oh, wow. How about that?
So, and they operate that way. And they can, in one instant, look like they're coming from one country or another. But people haven't figured out yet, it's all the same entity, no matter where it's originating. Now, remember that if you're
look at that. Like Twin Falls, Idaho, 1947. Look at the little flames coming out the side of this beautiful hat right here.
In the 1960-ish range, and you've got something that is electrogravitic or gravitic propulsion that was stable enough to go out in our solar system.
Looks like a shower head. I mean, did he get AI to do these for him? This is Danielson, Connecticut, 1956 reenactment.
What do you think they have now?
I am a shower head.
Right? 65
years. That's straight out of like Close Encounters of the Third Kind or B or something. That's in 61 in Oklahoma.
Century later, because they have continued to down and capture.
This is what he brings to his show, guys.
Trillions have been spent on reverse engineering.
Oh yeah, Melbourne.
And there have been massive breakthroughs in propulsion, material sciences,
AI,
not coming out of Silicon Valley, but very advanced systems involving consciousness and machine.
That was in Canada. Oh yeah, this is the Canada. Oh, it's quite a UFO you got there, eh? 1967.
All manner of developments that sound like science fiction,
Look at
but it
that. In
isn't. And
Venezuela,
now imagine a
1972. The flying fish,
group
we
that
call
has
it.
the malicious intent to
Oh, look at that guy, huh? He wants to go for a ride in Mobile, Alabama, 1983. It was a hell of a ride. They got away from the saucer shape, and now it's just like a big old, like looks like a ball with a stick on it or something.
hoax a threat from outer space so that
Giant
they can
penis.
consolidate global power
Oh, and there we go. Here we go. Up in Kent, New York in 1983, you got the big old triangle with the flashy lights on it.
around fear and control, which is what fear does. Look at the response to COVID
Oh,
and
come the
9/11.
triangles.
It results in
Right up
people
there in New
suspending
York.
their intellect and
Croton
their
Fields.
rational mind.
This is where we really evolved into a new era of UFO reporting here. And the New Yorkers really took us to another level with this new V-shaped slow flying lights over top of things.
Because the fear
It's
overrides
not when they were the stealth bomber was not being worked on during this time at all.
the rational intellect.
Oh, back to
and that
in 88, we go back to the traditional. 88 was really a throwback year for UFOs as we go back to the original hubcap shape, top hat, hubcap shape. Very classic, elegant design here.
that's how you get in trouble. But it's also how
Yeah.
demagogues and people who are very good at psychological warfare operations can manipulate people into catastrophic events. Like
Believing in bullshit and making you a millionaire, multimillionaire. This is a 1990. Back to the triangle here, in Belgium. Yeah, I remember the Belgium event.
disasters of the wars in the Middle East.
There in Buxton, England. They got the crisp. It looks like a crisp. It's like a nice little crisp, a chip or so.
Not even extricated fully
Flying
from
over.
yet in Iraq and Afghanistan that occurred after 9/11.
Right. Oh my God, who could forget 1995, the flying pyramid? It's like we've been asking for a flying pyramid, and there it was. They hear us. The 90s were a great time.
Probably a really good example of this which is you can fact check this, is the Gulf and Tonkin incident and that in the 60s.
Oh, look at that.
where
Yeah, this is the one that touched down in the airport. Look at that. It's got these nice little pipes coming out of the back. That's just for style, really. There's no practical use for this. But otherwise, you got this nice tic-tac kind of submarine look. And yeah, it got this, it sat down and went there, to grab some lunch at the what do they have in the O'Hare airport that's famous? They have something like Applebee's or something. And yeah, they sat down, had a nice lunch there, got some fuel, and took back
where
off.
we
Yeah, it was great.
exaggerated and many
Great
people
time.
believe staged an attack on our own Navy vessels in the Gulf of Tonkin in
Patrick
Vietnam,
Stacy, what's up, my
so
friend? How
that
you
it
doing?
would create an
Welcome to the
outrage in
show.
the
Thank you for
public,
supporting the channel.
and the public then demanded action. And it kind of maneuvered President Johnson into vastly expanding the Vietnam War, which of course ended up costing hundreds of thousands or millions of lives if you count the Asian lives, which are humans too. Not to mention the 58,000 American men
The
and
Asian
women who
lives are
died.
humans too, by
But
the way, in
also
case you
cost
didn't know
trillions of
that.
dollars in today's equivalent US dollars, all of which went to the military industrial complex. So we have to be aware of the fact that they have the ability to stage many events that look like they are alien, and they are not. And the reason no one
Watch
can
this.
accept that
This is so good.
is that they're not willing, in my opinion, to stop and do a deep research and analysis on where trillions of dollars and 70 years with some of the most brilliant minds I've ever met
I'll tell you
have
where it
been
went,
working.
back into their
And
pocket.
you've got the actual functioning ET craft there. Many of them are brought down and they're still operational, right? So under those conditions, you're going to have these huge breakthroughs in research and development and applied sciences that have been very, very kept extremely secret. And when they're kept extremely secret, away from oversight by the people and our representatives, that's the perfect storm
Oh,
for
we the
things
people
getting
thing.
out of
Why does it always the grifters use that terminology?
control. And so the big task now for the government, now that this is going to be coming out with more and more proof, evidence, and whistleblowers, and I predict this group, these courageous guys like Jake Barber and others coming forward, will open the floodgates to many, many others, right?
I bet they
So
will.
now what? What we have to look at, now we're at this inflection point where to
But yeah, you're still not involved with them.
go
Somehow.
forward.
Now remember, this is the podcast he did before the disclosure night. The next one's coming up. So this is the one he did before the big debacle, the big blow up on the NewsNation with the Jake Barber alien tech revelation. That was just an egg, looked like an egg on the end of a stick. That one.
The U.S. government can no longer sit on its hands and put its head in the sand like an ostrich. They're going to have to act. but they're going to have to act in a way that benefits humanity and the United States and doesn't just get played into the hands of these master manipulators. The master manipulators will try to maneuver this subject into the false alien threat scenario. But why? Because that's always been their objective. This is.
Did you guys notice how he's completely dropped the second group, the ultra badass group that was going to go in and take these guys down from the inside, and how they were going to basically disable them by taking away their resources, or they had some kind of master plan to go up against the guys with 1,000 years ahead of us alien technology. They can go multiple times the speed of light. They can teleport. They got all the Star Trek stuff already. They got all that stuff according to him. These are his words from that interview. But he's totally dropped the second half of this now. He's dropped the guys that are supposed to be going against them, and now it's just back to being one group. Remember, at one point he said he had arranged the handshake, right, between these two groups, and hopefully they can have a peaceful resolution. I was like, well, how's a badass group? I don't care if you're Delta Force, Navy SEAL, Ranger, Green Beret, or whatever. You know, I don't care how many Rambos you got on your team. How are you going to go up against 1,000 year ahead of alien technology where they can transport, teleport, do all kinds of other things that you can't do? It's kind of like, you know, putting a bunch of army guys up against the Star Trek crew or something like that. You know, you're going to have a hard time.
That's why in 1999, I had published a paper called When Disclosure Serves Secrecy. It's in our archive. It's on our website, drstephengreer.com. And the reason I wrote that is that I already had discovered about 6-7 years earlier that there was a plan that was already being acted on through some of these psychological warfare programs and scary things in Hollywood and movies about aliens and, you know, staging horrific abductions and mutilations of Catalan people, and that this was all a psyop being run by humans masquerading as alien. Now, that part of the story, no one wants to talk about. They just don't.
I bet.
People have completely taken as an article of faith that mythology, and it's a dangerous mythology, because if you accept that as true, then you would say, well, there are these malicious aliens and we should go to war. And there you are, you're back at the movie Independence Day and we're in Armageddon.
Yet, if you accept that all the stories that were about that were made up, then you don't have to do that at all.
World War III. That trajectory is the real danger of these disclosures happening. If the people can be hoodwinked and fooled again, like the WHO said, we won't be fooled again. They wrote that in the early 70s about the Vietnam War. We've been fooled multiple times since. So I would suggest
he does that all the time. He always does that. Like, you should say,
we not be fooled on this one. This is the one that you cannot muck up. And
don't muck up.
Right now, we're at a distinct disadvantage for a couple of reasons. One is that the people in the government who are legally there, who are not read in adequately on this, don't have enough information to make the assessment I just shared. Number two, without the correct assessment, you can't make a plan. In other words, the executive orders that need to be done flow from that body of knowledge and evidence. But you have to master that amount of information before you can reach those conclusions. And then lastly, you have to be able to stand up a law enforcement expeditionary force, an investigation and a force, so that if the people who are provided amnesty say, no, we don't want it, we're going to continue on this path of misusing and abusing these technologies, right? Then those have to be sat down by any means necessary. And that is going to take, we know the team that is ready to do that. I've been briefing them. They're incredibly courageous special forces guys.
Okay, this is now he's bringing it back. Okay, cool. This is the group I was talking about. Like, where did they go? All right, so now suddenly you have this group that's going to do this, right? This is where it gets really weird. It's like he's saying one thing, you have this courageous group that's coming out, and this other group that wants to go in and do it, and that we have to be careful not to release too much at the same time, or we might have backlash from this group that has all the cool shit that we don't have. They can shoot down aliens basically at will, right? Nothing's holding them back yet. All they do is troll us with the technology, and once a year they come out and they fly and they troll us and stuff. But yeah, so now he's going to bring back in this other group that supposedly like had a bunch of special forces badasses that want to go in and take him down, but he had arranged a handshake for him, and like, you know, they're supposed to be doing it in a peaceful way. So let's see what he's got today on that topic here.
Who had not been read into the subject, and we've been providing them with, let's call it, actionable intelligence now for about 20 months.
He acts like he's doing everything, doesn't he? He acts like, we did this, we did that, they sent it to me, it was me. Yeah, he's never around when anything goes down. Like, he's never, like, none of these guys have been on his show, right? He doesn't show any of this stuff. None of these guys have been on the show yet. Yeah, I'll give them yet. I think eventually all grifters come together, so they'll eventually find each other, I guess, out of desperation or something. I don't know, because he's spitting off a lot more than you can really chew here in this explanation of things. Now, if it's true, life's gonna get real interesting, but I don't think that he's done a good job of convincing anybody it's true, especially with the way he tends to say things. and the disconnects between his stories and other people's stories, and the disconnects between what we're seeing and what we're hearing. So there's that, right? But anyways, let's hear what he has to say.
And they continue to get more information now that they have known where to look, right? So, but that has to be authorized by the U.S. government. Those guys.
Oh, there's the caveat there. Okay, we got it all in place. Everybody's willing to go do it. It's all underground. Nobody knows about shit yet. Some people haven't been read in, but it has to be authorized by everybody. It has to be authorized by everybody, or else it won't happen. And we'll have to kick the can down the road and keep making these podcasts to keep you informed. You see, that's how it works. That is his get out right there. That's going to be his get out. He's going to be like, we can't get the internationals. We're getting closer with the U.S., but we're having some pushback in Luxembourg and other and North Korea and other places, that just don't want to cooperate. But we have to have everybody on board to do this. We can't do it without one person down. We can't do it at all. It'll be something like that. And then at the same time, this is me guessing right now. I'm just speculating based on how I know these things work and how I've watched this guy work over the years, that he'll continue this to blame it on some external force but say they're continuing to work and they're getting closer. He'll continue to associate himself with people that won't associate with him, to claim that what they're doing as part of what he's doing, but then elaborate on it further as the ultimate source of truth. Because here is where all of the here's where all the debriefings go down, right? Here's where all the evidence is collected, and I funneled through, and I do this, and I'm protecting people to make sure that nothing bad happens, and I'm getting it out to the widest platform possible. Yet I'm not involved in any of this stuff, and I have no way to protect people. That's what he's doing. So let's let him continue.
So this is where this disclosure needs to be part of an activist program, where we, the people, ask the president and the Congress to take these specific acts. Number one, extend full immunity and amnesty to people willing to come forward, so that the maximum number of people come forward and it won't be a violent encounter, let's say. Secondly, you have to provide protection for the...
He's like worried, man, he's all worried about a violent encounter with these whistleblowers,
much stronger than it exists currently, which is in the executive order I just referred to that's going through review currently in the U.S. government. And then on top of it, you've got to be able to put the funding in place to do a proper investigation of the subject that's clean. Now, what do I mean by that? Non-corrupted. The Aero operations, up until very recently, I can't speak for the last few months, there's a new director, have been part of a cover-up, and we can prove this. And the previous director...
You prove it? Because they don't agree with you.
I can prove, and I have witnesses who can prove, that testimony, information, data provided to them was covered up, went into a top secret compartment that the current director doesn't have
a top secret compartment
access to at Aero, and that was never provided to the oversight committees that set that office up. I know this for a fact. So
how do you know this for a fact? My whistleblowers inside in the White House say you don't know.
I've actually said
information. What sort of information is not allowed to get through, and what is allowed to get through?
Misinformation and spun disinformation gets through.
It sure does, doesn't it, Stephen? It sure does.
Actual information and hard data and anything that proves that there are human, corporate, and secret government programs that are deep black and illegal, having these UAPs themselves, operational man-made ones, none of that's gotten through. And so this is why you hear people.
Nothing that confirms what I'm saying has gotten through yet. So everything else is missed in disinformation. That stuff's allowed through. But when it comes to agreeing with what I'm saying, they're definitely compartmentalized. They're corrupted, and they're not telling you what I want them to tell you. So therefore, they're bad.
At oversight committee, like Congressman Burchett and people with the Senate, well, everything we're seeing has to be alien, because what else could it be? Well,
what else could it be? What else? That's it. Alien or nothing. Either it's alien or it's nothing. What else could it be? Nothing.
It's been gaslit. And the people who we brought at our expense, thank you guys who support the Disclosure Project, to Washington, to the Senate Intelligence Committee and Armed Services Committee folks, who then escorted them to Aero into a top secret skiff, and they provided testimony. All of that went into the black pit of Calcutta. It did not make its way back to the members of Congress and the oversight committees, and that is criminal. That is an illegal fraud being perpetrated.
Now he's saying that oversight committee, he brought all those guys there, that they have never mentioned him one time. Why would you not be there as kingpin of this whole damn thing? You're the go-to guy, yet you don't go there and ever talk. You send other people in there. Why aren't you credited? Everybody in the world thinks you're credible according to you, but you won't go out in there and say what you want to say. Come on, dude. If you're going to be a king grifter, you got to go all the way. Maybe they still don't invite him.
On the government and the people who funded the offices. So there's a big problem here because that office has been set up with the express intention by Senators Gillibrand and others, Armed Services and Senate Intelligence, and the entire Congress passed it,
Name off
and provided the
everybody we
funding to actually do an objective investigation, get that information, and get it back to the appropriate oversight people.
Did we watch that? We watched the oversight committee hearing. All right. Those guys didn't bring shit in there. They didn't bring anything. They didn't bring anything worthwhile. It was all the same shit that he's talking like this, but on a more believable level. Like, I mean, it's like, but not really. But they didn't prove a damn thing. We watched the whole thing, and at the end of it, we're like, that was just a distraction. There was nothing there at all. All these people went down there, and then one guy that's over there on NewsNation was in there. Not Jack or Jake, but the other guy, Lou or whatever his name. He was in there. But yeah, they didn't mention you one time, Greer.
In the United States government. Well, it was completely, that whole purpose was subverted. Previous efforts like that have been subverted. That we can document all the way back to when
we can document when people say this documentation stuff over and over. We can document. We got it on record. We document. That doesn't make any freaking difference. It's like, what are you adding that for? It's like you're trying to sound more official than you really are. Well, we're documenting everything. We got documents. We got lots of documents here. We got a big stack of documents. It's like, oh, you're so official with your documents. These are official documents. These documents make me very official. And it's like, oh, okay, I see now. Yeah, the guy with the documents, he's very official. He's very professional with his documents. It's like, just shut up, man. It's like, we could do it. We'll do it. We'll document it. We'll do it. You better watch out. You'll go in documentation real fast, buddy.
Aerospace got $22 million back when Harry Reid was head of the majority leader of the Senate. And the General Herbert, who was side by side with Senator Reid, who was overseeing that whole operation, contacted me a couple years ago and said, look, we spent all that money. We didn't get anything back. I said, well, you should have just come to us. We already have all the testimony documents. For the blacks, we have that. I've had this information for decades. So what has happened is
just come to us. Why didn't you just go to Stephen Greer? He's had it for decades.
They maneuver is when there's an initiative starts happening. This covert group then puts these foxes in the henhouse. They're more a better analogy. They're wolves in sheep's clothing.
And then they tell everybody not to listen to me, and that's the problem.
Clothing. They're embedded in those operations, who then basically make it go to a dead end. Nothing comes out of it. That's what happened with that investigation years ago. They went through Bigelow Aerospace. It's what's happened so far with Aero.
There's nothing there.
This is why people who have had involvement with this become very skeptical of the government managing this properly, because they don't have a proper manager in there.
Well, you're saying the government doesn't know what's going on anyways. You just said that they're not read in, that most of them aren't read in. And then the other people that are there to mislead them. Right? So now you're going back to this. This is where he starts to screw up. He does this a lot. You just got to be able to catch him. You got to remember what he's saying, what he's talking about, everything he's been, leading up to, and the little details about the things when he tries to go into his little stories that distract you and make you forget what he just said. You got to remember what he just said. That's the way you do this thing.
Who knows how this game is played? So the best we can do
is
advise them of this historical pattern.
But so no, then you have crazy Dr. Stephen Greer coming in and tell you there are people around you that are part of they have alien tech and it's like 1,000 years. Then and this senator, governor, congressman, a cabinet member or whatever, until they're like, what are you talking about? I mean, dude, why would they know anything you're talking about if they hadn't been read in? And it's super secret underground, deep black ops, rogue military, corporate, transnational, whatever the fucking shit you piled on top of their group, right? Like, why would they? You got through saying the government doesn't know anything about it. So, like, why would they understand the damn thing you're talking about, right? We can take them right there. Well, I'll tell you what, you should have done is you should have taken some of them on your helicopter ride with Jake Barber out to the underground bunkers, right? You should have showed it to. Why don't you just show it to him firsthand? Why all this fucking bullshit, right? It's like, why are you always dragging this stuff out? Well, it's because it's a grift. That's why. And that historical pattern, so far, is continuing to this moment. Now, we may have a change happening there. There's been a changing of the guard at Aero. There's a changing of the guard of people who are now realizing they were. I know that I have a letter from the chair and co-chair of Senate Intelligence, pretty much reprimanding Aero for some of this. So I'm hoping that we're going to open a new chapter here now, and it looks like we are. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but that still doesn't answer the question. If you have a global operation that's entrenched, highly integrated,
that is this sort of global operation dealing with secret technologies and secret operations targeting NHI craft, ET craft. How do you get that under control? You can offer a
Just
period
shoot
of
it down with the
amnesty and
EMP.
immunity and protections, but what if there are hardliners that say, no, we're going to stay on this
What
path
if?
because we're holding
What if the moon crashed into the Earth? Then what are you gonna do? Then what are you gonna do when the moon's sitting on top of your house? Huh? What are you gonna do then?
all the cards, right? In terms of technology, because the mainstream U.S. government that you and I call the government have like B-2 stealth bomber and helicopters and things like this. And this organization have things that can go to space and back. They have,
Yeah, yet they do nothing with it, and yet they're worried about us. And that you think you're going to get one over on these guys? That's the funny part. Like you've made them such a big bad that I mean, I don't even think the Avengers can take these guys on.
technologies that allow for teleporting. They do. They have
They can teleport in right behind you right now and cut your throat and get the hell out of there. Like, and no one would know, right? You and Mazzuli, who's sitting out on your deck right now, just a few feet away, right? They could just teleport. They could teleport you and grab you. They could actually teleport you out of that chair, right? And put you on top of Mount Everest, right? And that's the last we'll ever see of you. Like, they could totally do that. So why aren't they doing it? What do you oh, well, there'll be a lot of trouble if they do that. No one's going to know they did it. No one's going to know. No one's going to be able to find you. Well, no, right? Like, nobody ever calls them on this kind of stuff.
the most unbelievable technologies. And so that organization is really holding all the technology cards. And that's dangerous. And how do you fix that? I'm not trying to put this in a negative light. I'm just saying we got a lot of work to do. Because the acknowledgement, what I'm saying now is that full disclosure that needs to happen is going to happen just with these whistleblowers. That's more like proof and acknowledgement of what we know already.
No, see, there you go. Now expectations have been lowered. They were raised. The expectations went up. This is going to be mind blowing. At the end of time, everything's going to change. And then now they've been, no, these whistleblowers aren't going to quite get everything out. Hold on a second. So no, this isn't going to be that big of a deal. So now it's not going to be that big of a deal. It's going to be the first step to a big deal, right? But after 10, 20, 40 podcasts here and your support, of ad revenue and things like that, maybe I'll make a documentary or something. Then maybe we'll get close to it.
These whistleblowers. That's more like proof and acknowledgement of what
It's just
we know
proof and
already. But it's proven.
That's all.
Real disclosure happens when the governments here and around the world of we the people
That aren't read in and aren't part of it.
come together and
That we the people, dude. Every grifter in the world says we the people, man. I swear to God, that was Drake. Kent Bailey would say it over and over again. We the people, and we the people, and we the people, and we the people, and and all the sovereign citizens, and like everybody out there that's grifting off some conspiracy grip is we the people, and we the people, we the people, we the people. Dude, stop it. All right, stop it. We get it. We're how about to say Americans, right? Americans. No, we the people. Like that just it makes it sound like there's something going on that's like outside the scope of government, some kind of movement, right? And I think that's the idea is like, we the people. Well, guess what? Half of we the people think the other half of we the people are crazy because there are we the people like you that say crazy shit and can't prove it, but they get a lot of other people to buy into it, right? And then there's other we the people out there that just slander and run and the mainstream media and brainwash people and mind and basically control their mind with information through that to slander our president and we the people. And then there's other we the peoples too, right? So this whole we the people thing acts like we're all in this unified agreement about this thing, right? And like there's this whole unified group behind what Stephen Greer, our fearless leader, Dr. Stephen Greer, is going to do with this alien disclosure shit, right? When really it's just a group of kind of new agey UFO-y buy-ins, right? And other grifters that are running this stuff. It's not as we the people-y as we think, right?
and get those operations under control. And we take those swords and turn them into the plowshares.
Oh yeah, we're gonna take the swords away from those bad guys. We don't do it now though. We haven't done it for all these years. He's known about it, but we've been waiting. So now it's time, right?
A new civilization. I know this is Jake, Mr. Barber's intention. He wants to see this transition happen, and instead of dwelling on the past, go forward. But to go forward, somehow
so you guys are having some tiffs, huh? He doesn't believe in your go backwards strategy. He has a go forward strategy. You have a go backwards, then go forward strategy. There's some differentiating strategy conflicts going on here.
You've got to put on a
Obviously.
leash the most malevolent aspects of these covert programs that are entrenched hardliners. So to unpack this a little further,
Oh,
there
more
are a certain
unpacking.
number of people in that system
Moving
wanting
day.
to get out of it, right?
Okay.
They need a glide path out. They need immunity,
Right.
they
They need
need
a pack.
protection, and they need to cooperate. Now, I think the only way they should get, let's say, immunity for anything they may have done in the past, which some of it's pretty terrible, is that they would be have to come clean and then unpack to the authorities the entire architecture. Look,
Okay, so the only way they're getting immunity for the past bad things they've done is if they unpack. They have to undo the unpacking. What? I gotta roll them back just a second.
unpack to the authorities the entire architecture. Look,
He has to unpack the entire architecture of these people, these nasty people. Unpack it all. We don't know what the hell it is. Get out the documentation. We need documentation. You got documentation committee in the house. So the only way you're getting off is if you give us the documentation, you unpack it for us. Like, till we ship it over there, you open the box, you put it on the shelf.
locations and operational details of those secret government programs that are
Well, duh. I mean, when you take these things over, you're going to get that information anyways. Why these guys have to unpack it all for you? Haven't they been through enough?
not being run legally. That should be the requirement of receiving blanket immunity. And then they should then be
We'll listen to
protected.
Dr. Stephen
I've
Greer. He
said
knows all
before,
about
there's
this shit.
Chairman of a major U.S. corporation that's reached out to me, but it was made clear to him that they would kill him and his entire family. So
Who's they? Who's they? Them? Them? They? Them? Some non-binary? Like, who the hell's going to kill? Who are you talking about? Who do you say they were? Why did they just teleport his ass in the middle of the ocean?
this has been going on back and forth with this gentleman for about a year and a half now. And
You
to
better
be
stop
honest,
it. We're going to teleport your ass.
neither the Congress
We're
nor
gonna
the
do it.
White House
We
have
keep
instituted
warning you.
measures that I think would be pro forma if they understood what
Those
the
them
implications were,
days.
and that this threat matrix, let's call it, against
Threat
good
matrix.
patriotic people wanting to come forward is real, it's palpable, the fear is palpable.
Yeah, but your ass is still sitting there blabbing and blabbing away, and supposedly you know everything.
And I remember, I have personally spent time with hundreds of men and women like that. And the
Hundreds of, well, I was a little wild and what I'm
fear
saying?
is palpable. And so one of my frustrations moving into this now for my 35th year is that the United States government needs to learn to move on this with alacrity and speed and
Alacrity.
efficiency. But to do that,
Ding, 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 ding. That's our word of the day. Do, 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 do. Alacrity, alacrity. He said the word of the day.
it's a very deep dive into this information, because without the knowledge, you can't even make a path forward, right? And none of them have had time to do that. This is one of my problems when I meet with members of Congress, and they're busy with a million other things. And to their defense, every time they've asked for a special budget,
threat
whether it was from the
matrix
Senate
is
Intelligence
real.
Committee or the House
Threat
Oversight,
matrix is
to
hot.
get staffed up to really drill
Went
down on
hot.
this, that money was ripped out of the budget by some bad actors in the Congress, and we know who they are. So this then puts it, unless that dynamic changes, and it might. I mean, we just had the Speaker of the House remove the chair.
Just a reminder, guys, hit the thumbs up, like, share, subscribe, wherever you're at. Rumble, we especially need your thumbs ups. They count the most. But also, if you ever want to just break up, what's going on in here with a little fun activity, you can send a super chat and I'll read it. And you will get one of a few different very tasty clips, depending on what you want. If you're a lady and you want a special ladies clip only, you can request that too. But just a reminder, that really helps the channel out, and that's what we do here. So if you want to break up some of Stephen Greer's some of this stuff here with a nice little clip, just let me know with a super chat.
Of the House Intelligence Committee, Turner, who was one of the key people who blocked the National Defense Authorization Act provisions that would have provided amnesty or safe harbor for these whistleblowers. So
Our ball
it
loved
could be
this
that
guy.
that process is going on. I was happy to see
He
that.
loved this guy.
But at the same time,
So
you
does
have some, I can't talk about some of the inside ball
other
going on
guy,
right now in
George
shuffling,
Norrie. They
but
love this guy.
it's not completely clean.
He's
All right,
conspiratainment
let's just
gold.
say there are bad actors in the Congress who can make a lot of trouble for things going forward. So then you have the judicial branch won't do much with this at this stage, later perhaps. But the chief executive is the president. So the president, through executive orders and through also the actions from an attorney general and Department of Justice, could really get to the bottom of this and authorize a proper staffed investigation, a proper response to hardliners who do not cooperate with this transition peacefully to proper oversight of these operations and covert programs. And that a team of people need to be put together to really take a hard look at where our vulnerabilities are. Our biggest vulnerability, I'll tell you right now,
Here it is.
this organization using those advanced technologies to stir up all manner of trouble. The start of war here.
Oh my God. That's our biggest threat, is these guys may use these technologies to stir up a whole bunch of trouble. That is the biggest threat. You think so? You think so? Well, they're already trolling us, making us believe that there's some kind of drone invasion, but really it's just prepping us and making us live in fear, according to Dr. Stephen Greer. Oh, man.
To look like an alien invasion there. There's that guy Ross. I can't pronounce his last name. Who's with that NewsNation? How do you say his?
Hold on, we'll help you out. Is it Ross Conlon? You can't pronounce the last name. I can't remember it either, dude. Don't worry, Steven. We're in the same boat when it comes to old Ross here. I don't know. Shelly said it a long time ago. It's so buried, I can't even find it. Ross something. She'll tell me again. Ross something. I don't blame you, Steven. I mean, he's forgettable, but he's just like you in so many ways.
Tough orator. I've met him before, but
You met him before, but he won't have you on the show. You're Stephen Greer, king of everything that's going on right now. Yet Ross won't have you on the show. He has Jake on instead. Your go-to guy, Colehart. Yeah, that's the guy. Grift Heart. Ross Grift And but he's got it all going. But you've met him. This is the same thing he does, and here he is, like sucking his lips in right here. So when you bring up Elon, like anybody that can legitimize things or like call him out, he's like, No, we're not talking about that. Lips are sealed. The lips are sealed. See, he goes into lip sealed mode. This is a lip sealed. This is a common strategy. This is a strategy, very, very well, good strategy of Stephen Greer to seal his lips when it comes to people that might call his bullshit out. And has a large audience, unlike myself, like that really calls him out for, word for word on what he's doing, like how the grift works. Don't ruin my grift, man. That's the problem, is he's been getting away with it for so long. He's hidden inside the UFO alien rabbit hole community and well protected by the people who believe in indigo children and just the Galactic Federation of Light. Because to them, they piggyback off Greer saying, well, then the aliens are the Galactic Federation of Light, right? And he won't deny it. So he leaves that open for them. He's like, no, I've communicated with them. It's not the Galactic Federation of Light. It's the Galactic Republic of Light. You guys have it all wrong. Something like that. Sir Frank Otter, what's up? I see you out there. How's it going, brother? Yeah, you see, so he opens the door for them as we open the door for Stephen our government does by not explaining things when things happen, or running cover stories for new military tech that's being tested or some other developed or whatever, right? So they leave the door open for this level. And then he leaves the door open for the next level, which is the Galactic Federation of Light level. Palladians and all these guys they're already waiting for us to evolve, But according to Stephen, we're shooting down their aircraft twice a year with electromagnetic pulse weapons, right? And they don't care because they're a bunch of giant pussies, and they're like, oh, we don't care. We're evolved. We're too evolved to care about the fact that you're killing our people and taking our stuff. We've evolved past the part of caring about having any kind of survival instinct or we just don't care. You just kill us, take our shit. We don't care. We're evolved. That's what evolution is. Becoming a giant wuss.
Yeah, something like that. I have to get the pronunciation right on that.
Ross, see, that was a slap, because he knows damn well that Jake Barber is getting ready to go on his show, right? And that's like him feeling. Did you feel a little bit like he's being slighted? Like, why can't I go on this show too? Why don't they want Steven on? They didn't want to have too much truth for them. They can't handle it.
That when the episode that he did on drones, I had this little clip of.
Well, you've seen the episode, okay? You do kind of know who he is, right?
Mr. Barber in it. He went on and on about the drones. They have to be alien. Well, here's some very bad news.
You ready?
They aren't. It's good news and bad news. The bad news part of it is that some of these are just obviously drones, very clunky. There's some other weird things going on with orbs and spheres and energy fields and weird fog, whatever stuff. Every one of those phenomena, all of that phenomena, we have the capabilities to hoax as humans. We also have the capabilities to completely make it up and make it seem like it's real. We could hoax it in real time, right? Or we can just completely make it up. What the head of the Lockheed Skunk Works said in 1995 on his deathbed. Anything you can imagine, we've already done at the Skunk Works, and it's not out at Area 51; it's out there.
It's out there at the Skunk Works.
And I'll tell you that
he's been there because he's Dr. Stephen Greer, emergency room physician, who started a New Age cult to contact aliens through meditation and some other kind of weirdness of meditation and hand holding or something.
Whatever you imagine in terms of technological capability, it's more than that. It's way more than that. And it crosses not only
So let your imaginations run wild.
In terms of energy and propulsion, but sort of interdimensional phenomenon, systems that are interfacing with consciousness and
Multi-dimensional,
thought and all kinds of
multiverse,
issues. So now
superhuman
all those
powers,
technologies could also be repurposed to
lightsabers, the force,
you know, gathering knowledge, scientific investigation, travel, clean energy, using
clean
very
energy,
advanced technology
dirty
to reverse the
energy.
damage we've already done to the Earth.
Yeah,
that is possible.
Gonna reverse the damage like that. And woo, what a place we're gonna be. Gonna pick up all the trash in one swoop.
Technologies. So there's a huge technological payday and a big leap forward for humanity if it's used for good purposes.
One
But
giant
currently,
leap for
these technologies are in
mankind.
the hands of people who are more about consolidating power through fear and manipulation. And that is the big change that has to
Well,
happen
yeah, you wouldn't
from-
want to
from
do
the-
that,
these,
would you, Stephen?
programs that have been running amok since the late 1950s. So, you know, one of the things that I love is this.
Here we go.
You know, this is just a page.
This is the part. This is the thing I want you guys to see. Here we go. Check this out. This is Stephen brought some material with him today.
Out of the briefing document.
This is a page out of the briefing document, guys. A page out of the briefing document right here. Take a good look. The Disclosure Project up there in Arial font, right at the top of the page. You see it? Okay, so take a look. This is important. So I hope you're paying attention here. This is top secret stuff. All right. Here's the ET craft from West Germany in 1951. Note virtually featureless exterior. It's just like a big old pile of goo. Now the man-made one from Colusa, California, Colusa, California, in September 10th, 1976. Note the pipes and the prongs and the protrusions, right? So yeah, it's more like a jellyfish here. But yeah, they couldn't do anything about these pipes and protrusions, but that's how you can tell that it's man-made versus this craft, which is seamless, very seamless, no exterior, nothing. There's nothing going on here except for your imagination at work. All right, nothing. But this over here, this is man-made. Have you ever seen this picture before with these? I've never seen this before. Look at this.
For the president, and
he said this to the president, so the president would know the difference. This is what he's saying, guys. I'm not making this up. This is what he's telling us right here, right now. This was part of the thing that he sent to the president, and this is how that President Donald Trump is going to be able to tell the difference between man-made, real man-made UFOs and real UFOs, man-made and real UFOs. Real ET or non-human intelligence. That's the buzzword of the day. That's what we call it here now. All right, here we go.
Members of Congress. It's 320 some pages.
And Congress gets this too. 320 some pages of this delightful reading.
And this has an illustration, and you'll see.
Look at that. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, so you see here in 76, this is a real craft, right? And now look, I know you think it looks like a hubcap, and you're probably right, but this looks more like a hat. And this is man-made. You can see the jet engines on the side that look like whippets, like those little whipped cream containers. They blow, you crack them open and they blow the balloons up, and yeah, you know what to do with that. Anyways, yeah, this is a very nice fine brimmed hat here, with some of those on the end of it lit, and then this is it. This is how UFOs work. You see, they figured that they put these on top, people from the bottom wouldn't be able to tell what's going on, I guess. It was the 47. It was 47. Note the engine pods with visible atomic flames. These aren't regular flames. These are atomic flames. Okay, just so you know, it's atomic flames.
On the left side, ET craft, and on the right, the man-made ones. And we have several pages of these.
And to this point, if you think I was going a little too hard on Dr. Stephen Greer, if I was being a little mean, you may think I'm not being open-minded about. Hold on a second. All right. You think I'm going to be a little bit mean, right? This is the part where you used to have this moment of clarity and be like, this is his evidence. All this shit you're hearing about him debriefing people and sending things to Congress and getting the transition team to look at it and all these working up all these executive order recommendations. This is the stuff that he sent to them, supposedly. But no, he's actually on his own show showing you this. All right. This is the part where you take a deep breath and be like, winning might have been right. Maybe I need to take another look at this and really take a hard look at the things that I decide to buy into, because he's abusing you. And I don't like it when people abuse you. I'm here to save you from that. I'm here to pull you out of it, not save you from it. I'm here to pull you out of it if you're involved in it. I'm here to teach you how to pull other people out, or we learn together. We're just, we're learning this together. But it's about understanding that the second veil, outside of the establishment narrative, the world, the alternative narrative, isn't a safe haven for truth. that there are people out there that are working very hard and making a lot of money off of misleading you. It's bad, if not worse, than the establishment media did. The establishment media is agenda driven for political reasons, right? And there's a lot of money involved in that. But the people on the grifter side, they don't care about whether America gets better or not. They don't care about whether the future is bright or not. They care about how much money they can make right now. 6.66 million multimillionaire Stephen Greer is telling you that this is the package of information that he sent to our president and our Congress to waste their time reading. So let's take a good look at these. I just want to make sure this moment of clarity is there for everybody who may be on the fence or may think that I'm being unfair, I'm closed-minded, or I'm some, God forbid, some kind of chill or something like that, right? No, honestly, I've been down the rabbit hole. I did it decades ago. I'm here now in the president with you, right? And I'm saving you the footwork. I'm saving you the long-term adoption of bad ideas and false belief systems. That's it. That's all. And you can just choose to do it or not. But I think this is one of those moments where I really, can really get through, because as you look at these things here, in 1953, Kingman, Arizona, lack of vents or exhaust ports. You see, this is the proof that this double-sided, like this welded together hubcap, right? That doesn't. There are some ridges there. These could be bent, but you notice that they used to have these ridges that they would like fit into the tire wheel. And that's how you have the
reason we put that in.
Sorry. Right there. So if you take one of those and you weld it together and you throw it in the air and take a picture of it, that's kind of like what it looks like, right? Notice that there's no external vents or ports, though. That makes it really realistic. But here in Canada, in 1967, knots use of knots. He sent this to Congress and our president, and there's misspellings in the damn captions. I was up very late doing this myself. Where's the team? Note use of counter rotating vents. Okay, this looks like does this not look like a hubcap straight off of like a 57 Chevy or something? I mean, look at this. Oh, our wheel, like a built. Look at this. You got the spokes. You got everything, right? Man-made. Obviously, he's telling the truth. He's an emergency room doctor. Yes, indeed, he is. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about right here.
Is because most people, even if you're fairly close up, if you don't know what to look for,
to the president,
you're going to think an object is alien or NHI craft, non-human intelligence craft.
Listen to the way he smoothly. I'm gonna let it go here. Smoothly explains himself in this situation.
Think an object is alien or NHI craft, non-human intelligence craft, when it's actually came out of the Raytheon.
Yeah, you're too stupid to realize the difference between the two. One's a very bad, one's man-made, and one's a very bad version of a man-made one.
Or it came out of the Lockheed Skunk Works or Northrop Grumman. And if you look at the illustrations that we have from our whistleblower, TE, who was on a retrieval team, his
TE, not ET. His whistleblower's name is TE, not ET. Gaia.
First retrievals were UFOs, UAPs, that were these triangular objects that were from Northrop Grumman and Raytheon. They were not.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. First retrievals? The first ones?
Alien or NHI at all.
So hold you to that.
This we have known now for a very, very long time.
The first retrievals were triangle from the Skunk Works, Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. Then it was probably a stealth fighter of some kind, right? Because those are triangle.
But what we have found is that there are certain people out there who are embedded counterintelligence officers and disinformation functionaries who go to members of Congress or White House people or the media and say, we don't have anything like that. Therefore, anything that looks alien is alien.
Thank you.
And that then opens the door to all the staged false alien events that are scary to be rubber stamped as NHI alien.
Yeah, like what?
And it absolutely isn't.
Like
that
which
is the
one?
biggest part of the secrecy. And
What's
I think
the
that is
one?
why, if you look at the testimony, we can show the illustration of this big 300-foot diameter craft
It's going and
that
going
the
and
Marine platoon member back in 2009 encountered in Indonesia, Michael Herrera. And if you look at that craft, and I don't have it here in front of me, but that thing was 300 feet across. It was manned. And the way it left after they were almost killed, they were packaging up humans in crates to use in human experimentation back home. And these were Americans who were like mercenary type guys operating this 300-foot diameter craft. The way it left, it was like a spark off a flying wheel. It went up. It was a little bit of transformer sound, like a humming.
Transformers, robots in disguise.
Went up and then boom, over the horizon in a couple seconds at 100,000 miles per hour, something like that.
100,000. Wow. Yeah. 100,000 miles an hour. Can anybody tell me what that looks like? Can you guys know what 100,000 miles an hour looks like? I'm not an emergency room doctor. I don't know these things. But can you help me with 100,000 miles an hour? What does that look like? Tell me out. Every time you say he briefed Clinton in the UFOs, all I can think of is Clinton saying cigar shaped. You say, man, I'm going to show you I'm going to show it to you here in just a few minutes.
Now, that was in
However we can
09.
get through this.
And that craft, if it came over Washington, D.C. or Los Angeles, 99.9999999 out to how many decibels, percentage of the population say
Martin,
it's an alien craft.
what's up?
So that's why people like Ross will see these images and go, it's got to be alien.
I wish I
Because
could.
they haven't gotten the information.
I wish I could
accurately.
interview William
It's
Shatner.
a research failure on their part. That we have technologies, and however
How's
far
it going,
advanced
Martin?
you think it is, as I said a moment ago, it's way more. I mean, it's orders of magnitude more. And I do want to say this. I have met more than one top secret scientist who lives and breathes in SCIFs, secure compartmented information facilities, or STIFs, subterranean facilities, underground.
Yes, the underground.
Some people call them dumps, deep underground military bases. And those are guys who are often plucked out of high school and college, who have IQs north of 200, who are absolute engineering and physics geniuses.
We've heard this. We heard this rant before on the Dana Carvey, David Spade interview. Let's
and they live most of their life working on these projects in a compartmented operation. So you're also dealing with some of the great geniuses of the last 70 years.
They're all locked up in underground bases.
They're not the people who worked on
all of our geniuses are locked up in underground bases. That sucks.
Worked on the lunar module with Northrop Grumman that landed on the moon in 1969. Hearing Neil Armstrong there, but these are the people. He was very bright, but these are people who are extraordinary. And they are pulled into those operations. So you not only have illegal black budget funding, and you have something to study that's an actual extraterrestrial device. You then have a brain trust. I would call it a brain drain for general society, because it's all covert.
Scott, would you agree that it's a little hard to see things going that fast? Do you think?
Legally covert. Really brilliant scientists, and some of the most stunningly brilliant minds I've ever met, unfortunately, are being wasted working in these covert programs that are benefiting not humanity one bit. It's actually hurting humanity.
Free the geniuses. Free the brains. Free the brains.
It's called peace dividend or disclosure dividend. Is that if you had that kind of resources, both intellectual and manpower, but also financial, to bend the sword into a plowshare of free energy, or as a doctor, things I've seen and heard about that could do amazing technologies for healing and repairing trauma and all kinds of advanced technologies. We would really, in 20 years, have a civilization that would faintly resemble this one. It would be so advanced.
It would be so great.
This is, how you lift the humanity out of the great poverty it's in, but also turns away from cannibalizing the earth by destroying the earth with technologies from the 1800s, fossil fuels, oil, gas, coal, and then nuclear. Wind and solar doesn't have the energy density to fix the problem. We covered that in the Lost Century. You should go all look at the Lost Century, that documentary. You can now see it on Tubi.
You know what? Okay, we're gonna have to look. He goes on and on and on until the end of this. Let's see. It's gonna be the longest 16 minutes of our life.
Acknowledgement of the light of awareness, that this field consciousness.
Okay.
In Canada to do that. He told me all about it. It was amazing. That would have been 60s, 70s. I don't know when the first Trudeau was around. And the Honorable Paul Hellyer described this to me in some detail. And I thought, wow, visionary. But now that this is coming out, and I think it's going to get more and more officially confirmed, what I'm trying to get people prepared for is now what's next, right? Let's get all this.
Do you feel like he's preparing you for what's next? I don't.
It'll be a few months. Let's see how it goes. But we need to be mindful. Our eye needs to be.
It'll be a few months. So just keep showing up, like, share, and subscribe.
Not necessarily just the process sausage making. And the prize is making a pathway forward to create a new civilization on Earth that'll be amazing, beautiful,
We'll call it the Greer civilization. Thanks to you, you'll be named as one of the forefathers of the new society that will be forming off this alien technology that you have been instrumental in talking about, yet never participating in doing anything. I mean, it's just everything's conspiracy.
But also to get stood down these malicious influences that have been doing these dangerous actions.
He's got $6 million. Of course he's married. He's a $6 million man.
Instead of doing that, create a global peace initiative. And for that, what Carol Rosin has talked about for years, and apparently,
Carol Rosin, Werner von Braun, not Brown, Braun, assistant, who told us all about how this was going to go down years ago. First to be an asteroid, then it'll be some other kind of threat, then they'll pick the alien threat, and that's how the
nation's ready to sign this document. That's a space peace treaty to keep all weapons out of space, and to not use space as a theater of weapon deployment, either on other bodies or on craft or what have
you. Sign it first.
And apparently, this is what I'm told, is that both Russia and China and 30 some other countries are ready to sign that. And so that should be done. And it should then extend to the entire world, where there's a peaceful cooperative effort to approach all of this within the framework of the original concepts of close encounters of the fifth kind, CE5 contact, like we have in that app, where it's
CE5, close encounters of the fifth kind, using your mind to bring in aliens to you, right? And the guy on NewsNation, Jake Barber, was talking about psionics, like literally was saying that we were taking over alien craft with our mind and that we were plotting a course. And this guy was talking about how he had the CE5 protocols. He went up with the aliens and co-created it. He co-created it with the aliens himself. Now you forget if you don't know the backstory of Stephen Greer, you just jump into the whole disclosure and you think that's a good thing, right? You should look into his background. In fact, I did a thing on him last Unveiling Reality. We looked into his background just to help people get caught up. And you can understand that he claims he was abducted by aliens and that he co-created these CE5 protocols for talking to aliens in your head, right? And bringing them to you. It's because they already had them on the ship, you see. They already found them, had them on the ship, but they still needed to make protocols to guide them in with our human minds. Like, even though they could find us and put them on their ships to create protocols to do it, they still needed to create protocols to do it so we could find them with our minds and guide them in. Because that makes sense, right? So that's the background on that. So
based on the fact that while they're not human, they're conscious and they're sentient. And so at a profound level of what it means to be a being, a sentient, awake being, they're people. And they may not be Homo sapien people.
See, that's very arrogant. Don't you call them people? They're aliens. They don't want to be misgendered, misspecied by you, Stephen. They might be proud of where they're from. They might, but you're people now. We don't want to be people. You people are people. Don't call us people. We're aliens.
But they're still conscious beings, and that
Prepper, what's up, my friend?
The
How
light
you
of
doing?
awareness, that this field consciousness, you can call it spirit. I guess religious people say the Holy Spirit, that permeates all places and all things and allows us to be conscious. That's our
It's probably just as bad as he is, man.
And it's never going to be through our various differences. It's going to be finding what is our point of oneness. Where is that singularity? And the real singularity that
might be the alien.
We need to begin to understand as people to move this whole civilization forward. Whether it's fighting each other over religions or economic systems or territory, race, whatever it is, we need to go beyond our differences and find our point of commonality, where we intersect as one. But we can't just do it on a...
Okay. Yeah, he's going to do that. So we have to get to the second part of the podcast, right? So that's the problem when I get to listen to Stephen Greer podcast and whatnot. I have a lot to say, and because he leaves so much out there to be talked about. So I have to put this out here right now. Let's pull up the same screen. Whoop. Okay, because we're gonna move on to the next one because I promised, and we're gonna whoop room. We're gonna run past your bedtime, man. I'm sorry, dude. I know it's Wednesday. I thought about moving this to Friday because I thought it might go long, but we got to do it. We got to do it. We got to push through. We got to put this on the record because we got to get caught up here. So anyways, here it is, guys. This is the big letter he's been talking about. In this letter dated November 15th, 1996, SETI Project Starlight, interesting name, stated the position that since projects related to UFO existence have existed outside legal constitutional oversight and control, that all security oaths related to such projects are null and void. Oh, yeah, you get to say that because you're Stephen Greer. The letter stated that unless otherwise directed, that this assessment would be regarded as accurate, and that all such government witnesses would be free to speak openly as of January 1st, 1997. Well, they make a lot of assumptions in this. This letter was sent to, and they acknowledged receipt of, that means they got the thing back in their email that says that somebody had received it, has been obtained from President Bill Clinton, Vice President Al Gore, National Security Advisor Tony Lake, Secretary of Defense William Perry, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, Director of Central Intelligence Don Douchebag, Joint Chiefs of Staff General Shakalaka Ding Dong, and Senator Intelligence Committees are Arl Inspector. Wow, what a great group of people you have there. There's the whole thing. For the full letter, you can go here and read it, which we won't do at this time. However, I'm sure it's just a bunch of bullshit that got thrown in the trash, right? Because, okay, you could say you sent it to them and it was acknowledged receipt. It doesn't mean they read it or they took it obviously they didn't take any of it seriously, because where the hell is it? Where the hell is it? All right, so this is the post. Here we go with post. This is after the big Barber breakout, right? The big Barber interview blow up. The egg. After the egg dropped, this is what came out of it. Here we go. Watch how this guy plays this.
All right.
I'm
Welcome
back.
to episode 3 of the
I let
Greer
Michael in the house. It was raining outside.
podcast. Dr. Greer is
And literally
very
probably sitting across from each other.
good to connect with you today. Lots of exciting stuff happening. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I was up most of the night dealing with some of the fallout from the tabloid show that came out last night.
The tabloid show. He called it a tabloid show. Now, any predictions? I haven't seen this yet. Any predictions? I think he's going to go after Ross in a major way. I don't think he likes Ross. I don't think he likes Ross. And I think he's going to use this opportunity to shit all over him like you wouldn't believe. Guys, the punches are going to be thrown. He seems a little, he's a little slick. He's a slick guy. Okay. All right, yeah, he seems a little greasy guy. But anyways, so yeah, my prediction is that he gets very passive aggressive towards Ross and NewsNation, as in, you guys blow our big deal here. But yeah, you weren't, because you didn't invite me. If I was there, I could have explained away all this shit, right? You guys are you amateurs. I've been doing this grift for freaking decades. I'm Dr. Stephen Greer, god damn it. All right. So let's get into this.
And so I want to just comment on this a little bit. Jake Barber and I've worked together, and I first met him about 1.5 years, maybe 20 months ago. He's a special forces guy who is also embedded with a major aerospace company. Now, I know what all those affiliations are. He did not disclose it. Now, the important part of what came out, if you take out all the other noise and the production itself on that NewsNation show, is that he and a group of other people are beginning to put their toe in the water.
The toe is going in the water, folks.
Releasing information and what they've been involved with in retrieving extraterrestrial vehicles, or the pop culture now, or government acronym term now is NHI, non-human intelligence craft. And there is a great deal more than what you saw in that episode. So the original plan, just to let people know what was originally thought to be done, and its evolution.
Okay, listen to the evolution
over the last few months, is that there was going to be a collection of all that hard evidence of these operations, the craft, the operators, the locations, et cetera, and so on. And that was going to be done anonymously. They were not going to reveal who they were for OPSEC, operational security reasons, and their own safety, both legally and personally. As you saw in the show, people have been killed. He didn't go into details.
Who?
I know the details, and there have been recent fatalities related to these operations of people trying to come forward.
Who do you think he's talking about? The Cybertruck guy? Think you're talking about that? He openly denied it at first, but now I think he's roping it in.
And we're at this inflection point where we need these people to come forward full Monty, right? However, the problem is the United States government is lagging in instituting the protections, the executive orders, the congressional bills to protect and to make a pathway out of these operations that have been run illegally, so that the people involved are not prosecuted. They have amnesty, they have physical protection, and there's a robust effort in law enforcement here and abroad to get these corrupt and illegal projects under control, which is a very heavy lift. There's a separate team that I'm advising is involved with that part of it. That's separate from Jake Barber and his whistleblower team. But I've introduced them, so they know each other. Now, the issue here becomes the commingling, and the whole title of this show really needs to be The Disclosure Mosaic. And I want to just unpack a little bit from a 35 years on into this perspective. And as I started out in this, I made a lot of mistakes. We still make mistakes. We're human. We're fallible. And what happens is that, you know, when you have a piece here and a piece there, you're going to make an assessment based on the intelligence you have. But it's never quite complete. Never quite complete. And so what we have to do, and what the Disclosure Project's been doing for a third of a century, is collecting all these little pieces from 1,000 points of information who are whistleblowers that I've debriefed and met with over the last third of a century, and try to put this picture, this mosaic together. Because what you'll find is that someone like Mr. Barber and his guys were read into a very specific operation. And even that operation, they had a specific task. And he will tell you this. And he was not read in to what was going on, for example, where those craft went and then what happened to them. He knows, he's spoken to people, but his firsthand knowledge is very specific. So what I've had to do by connecting the dots of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these type of whistleblowers over the decades, and you'll see this if you go to dpiarchive.com, there's 762 listed.
Yes.
Some of their names are redacted.
Yes.
Because they've
All
not
the
agreed
names
to come
there.
forward like Jake Barber has and his guys. But what the bigger
Really?
problem is, if you only have that slice of the picture, even if you've been an operator, a special forces operator in that world for decades or a couple decades, you're not going to necessarily know the whole mosaic. And so that's where you get into trouble. And that's where I've seen many of these whistleblowers, they get
That's
called
where
out.
Dr. Stephen Greer comes to the
like this
rescue
was,
with the
that
prescription
then
to
puts in
solve all the
spurious and
problems.
unrelated material that actually is not useful and helpful. In fact, it is deleterious to the truth. And we're going to talk about that. One thing about me, love me or hate me, I'm not running for the mayor of Crazy Town, ufology. I'm just going to lay it out there what the truth is.
You already hold that
Responsibilities.
title,
I'm here
buddy.
in Washington right now because I have to go to some meetings with the incoming administration figures.
That's bullshit.
And there's a higher responsibility to get the truth out there in a way that isn't harmful to the future human consciousness. So I just want to give you that.
I mean,
concept
if he
that there's this
does,
big mosaic that we've created.
I'll be the first one to say, okay, I thought, based on your stack of lies that you tell every time you speak, I thought you were lying about it. But if he somehow weaseled his way in there, I mean, how's he going to weasel his way in there and get past Elon to be the guy to talk about space and alien tech? How's that going to happen? Does anybody here think that he's actually in Washington right now, getting ready to meet with the incoming administration? Does anybody believe that's what he's doing? Honestly, is it just me? Am I being too critical? Does anybody believe that's what he's doing right now? Just let me know in the chat if you do. If you think that that's what he's honestly doing there, and that's why he's in this hotel room or some place. He's not some grifticon, right? Let me know.
Created, but it isn't because I had one, let's call it deep throat source, like in Watergate, where they had a deep throat source that told them all about the skullduggery, the Watergate thing. No, this is too complex. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people like Mr. Barber and people on his team. And so that's what the disclosure project is. That's what we are. And so I have to work with many, many people who are starting out as they come out from behind the shadows. First of all, you can tell there's palpable fear there, and rightly so. Secondly,
they have teleporter technology. You all should be getting teleported in the middle of the ocean right now.
What they know. And then if they fall into the, let's say, influence of people who, for whatever reasons, might want to do a show on this, which I had advised specifically against, by the way, this particular avenue. But, these guys are their own people and they have their own ideas and they're not my employees. And we consult and we discuss and we have differences, and that's how humans are. So, but the problem is,
you have differences about the truth about what's going on in this situation, but they work there and you don't.
Then you get into what kind of a capture is
according
that?
to you.
Now, I use the term capture for when something legitimate.
Or to them, they did a retrieval at one point. That's another thing that's different. He actually, there's this big thing going on, and they act like they did this one thing and that they want information on this one thing,
When it comes out, and where there's academic capture on the subject, where there's undue influence to alter the results of a study. Famously, the Condon Committee in 1969 that closed Project Blue Book. The Air Force Project Blue Book was closed through a CIA capture of
not Blue Beam, Blue Book.
Professor Condon and members of that committee to give a predetermined outcome, meaning there's nothing to see here. That is proven in CIA documents we have, and they're in our archive. So this goes on in media. So there's media capture, there's academic capture, there's government capture, there's the capture and the gaslighting of members of Congress and of presidents. Now, I have personally witnessed all of this, and it's not a pretty story.
He's personally witnessed it. He was there. He's everywhere.
It certainly isn't unexpected. Unfortunately, I'd like to say that this is new and shocking. It is not. It is de rigueur. I'll just say it's de rigueur. And let's talk about the media on this end. There are minor tabloid entities beginning to push into this that may well be set up as a cutout for intelligence operations to capture the information. And then
there it is. There it is. There it is. NewsNation is a CIA cutout in order to hide disclosure from all of us, to discredit it. It's not the guy talking that he says he's friends with. It's not the crappy footage of an egg on a string. It's in Ross Cutlet, whatever his name is. Ross gonna be out of a job soon, is what you should call him. Grifthart. That guy He's egging it on. If anybody's CIA at NewsNation, it's that guy. That's for sure. That's for sure. But I mean, to have old bug eyes Jake come in and then you co-op Jake's story. I'm just theorizing here. You know, is it NewsNation that's the cutout, or is it you guys that the cutout? I mean, I don't know. You make a lot of money. 6.6 million just from ticket sales and book sales and documentary sales. Really? You motherfucker. You made that much money off deceiving people? You think you're going to where do you think you're going after you die? I guess you think you're going with the aliens, huh? Yeah, you committed a lot of crimes and low-key crimes, that is, harm to other people in your life. You can definitely get away with it because the way that you approach it, but it's low-key harm. It's like you're definitely harming people by misleading them. In some cases, making people almost religious about this. You know, to the sense where they block out people and change their lives to accommodate aliens and believe that they're part. They work at the acoustic records and they're light workers and they're here to facilitate, and they start to hear things in their head or believe them. And then when they do, they say, well, that's the aliens talking to me. So now I have to be a light worker. I have to go out there and put the work out to help the aliens. And it's really just voices in their head that have been concocted, and they wanted to be part of this so bad, and now they are, right? That's the kind of harm this narrative does to people. Let's let them continue.
And distort it or alter it, or be sure that it's discredited. For example, we know from Bill Graham, who worked very closely with the National Enquirer, that the founder of the National Enquirer was in the CIA Psychological Warfare Programs Division, PSYOPs. And he was set up and sent out from the CIA.
That boy.
And also funded by some mafia money to start the National Enquirer. This is all matter of record. And they were
why not throw the mafia
media
in there?
outlet that UFO-related disclosures, even legitimate material, was sent to, because the tabloid, the National Enquirer, was so discredited as a credible news source that it's by associating the subject with the National Enquirer, it was intrinsically defamed. It was neutralized that way. So you have to understand how these games are played, and I just wanted to give that perspective historically. Now, in this particular instance,
that's the kind of thing that's going on with you.
What's very important is that there's a group of whistleblowers who have worked directly on these retrieval programs and in other areas. And for example, that particular footage of this egg-shaped object, which they are saying is non-human extraterrestrial.
Look at that. You see the corner on that? That's air shifting instead of a very flexible thing. Like that's the part that I'm like, look at that wrinkle, a wrinkle with that kind of pressure on it. This blankie of some kind.
That there are definitely small extraterrestrial life forms that are on the order of
around both sides,
3.5 feet tall.
That's the only thing holding it on. That's the only thing holding on an egg like that. Like you wouldn't wrap something like the other way around it. Like wouldn't just slide out one side?
Not just white paint. When you said pearlescent craft, it's a very unusual material, and they're not very big, 20, 25 feet across. But if you're only 3 feet tall or something, that's a nice. It'd be like me being a 40-foot diameter disc, because I'm 6'4". So I think that we know that is a type of NHI craft or ET craft. Now, where it gets a little confusing is that in the show, they said this is like the one captured by the Navy pilots that was white. But see, this is the lack of research and knowledge by the producers. That craft was from the Lockheed Skunk Works and man-made. So remember, you're going to
see? They didn't know better. They didn't know what Steven knows. That's from the Skunk Works.
Have craft that are non-human, and then they're the copycats.
That's the copycat egg. That's like caramel. Like you open that one up, it's got candy inside of it. Doesn't have a chicken.
Facsimiles. And those have been created on purpose because they can engage in deceptive operations or false flag operations with those man-made craft that look indistinguishable at this point from a non-human NHI ET craft.
Nobody knows what the alien tech looks like because nobody's ever seen it. You see, so they don't have to go through the trouble of fooling people into believing that it looks like a real alien craft because nobody knows what one looks like. This is one of the biggest fallacies, one of the biggest mistakes he makes, right? He's always Cadbury. It's a Cadbury egg too. They found a chocolate one down the road from that one. Exit out. He's 6'4". Let's see. They always make the mistake of saying, well, he always makes the mistake of saying, well, it's designed to look like alien craft. Nobody knows what an alien craft looks like. We don't have any of those. We don't have any definitive proof we have any of it. And every time we do speculate about whether something's alien craft or not, right, you're going to tell us it's man-made, but it's either some kind of like weird contraption, like mocked up little bullshit, CGI bullshit, right? Let's take on another design from sci-fi, or it's the old flying saucer, right? From way back in the day, the hubcaps in the middle of a blank field, right? No evidence. That's what it is. So he keeps saying that they're creating craft to look like alien tech, but nobody knows what alien tech is. It's a huge mistake he's making. Because it's like, oh, but some people will slide right by it, like, oh yeah. Because like now they're believing they know what alien tech looks like. Where are you getting the archetype from? Like, where are you getting the information from? You've never seen it. You've never seen an alien craft. You know, you know what I mean by, your car, right? You know your car pretty well, right? You get in your car, you get out of your car, you go around your car, you open the doors, you open the hood, pretty much know your car inside and out, right? Well, that's how you're going to know an alien craft. Otherwise, it's just what somebody told you it looks like, and they may show you something that looks like it, but you didn't actually know whether you saw an alien craft or not. So why are these guys going to mimic that? Wouldn't they be building the crafts to meet with the technology, like the way the technology works that makes them go multiple times the speed of light, which is physically impossible. Transdimensional travel and shit. You have to go through space anomalies and stuff. That's according to Dr. Greer. But I mean, if you're going to design a plane, we have to design our planes to go with the aerodynamics of how they're supposed to work and what they're supposed to do, right? You think that's what the design would be about, not trying to mimic a craft no one's ever seen.
So I'm giving all of you this information as perspective as we go through and unpack what was on that particular show, and some of the other information in there. That's a key one. And anyone astute who knows the material, people like Michael Pratt and others that have studied the man-made retrievals versus the extraterrestrial ones, and just as Jake said,
and this is
retrieval of an advanced technology, anti-grav out of the Lockheed Skunk Works or Northrop Grumman or Raytheon, and when those go bad and they have malfunctions, there is a team that's identical to the team that goes out and gets the ET ones because it's
both. Oh, what? See how convenient? There's an identical team. That's very convenient. Well, no, that was the other team. Which one? The other one.
The classification, the Delta Force guys and these Special Forces guys, and I've debriefed many of them. Like Jake Barber. And in fact, recently we have a witness who was going to come forward last year, year before in 2023 at our National Press Club event, who was on a retrieval team in a different area from where Jake is operating, but in the northern Nevada test range. And you can go in our archive and see that. He was going to come to Congress and also to Aero, but he was threatened by these folks who wanted him to be quiet, and they had embedded child pornography on his phone and on his computer.
Yeah, I'm sure it was them.
And said, we'll put you in prison for the rest of your life.
I'm sure it was them. No, they said, we will.
If you take one more step forward with Dr. Greer. So that
with Dr. Greer, don't you dare go another step forward, Dr. Greer. He's our arch nemesis. And we'll put CP on your laptop and we'll stay in prison forever. You won't like it. You won't like it one bit. We're not going to teleport you to the middle of the ocean, but we're going to do the old FBI trick. Put some shit on your shit and get you that way. Yet Stephen Greer is allowed to, he flies, he's all around the place, he's everywhere. He's in a hotel room right now. No one's messing with Stephen Greer. But if you're going to work with them, look out. That's when the problems start.
Happens all the time also. Now that should be something where the people doing that are arrested for witness intimidation, because these people are coming forward exposing a criminal operation. In other words, those operations that, and he won't say this because he's being told not to, I will, that Mr. Barber is are absolutely unknown and unsupervised by the president and the Congress and are a priori criminal enterprises. This can be proven in any court. Now, what that means is that until the U.S. government has enough of a intelligence briefing and a focus to fix that, these courageous men, and I know Jake is a brother and he's a friend, Jake Barber, and
Jake's his brother now. Jake's a brother and a friend who hasn't mentioned you one time, who isn't really corroborating your story very well. I mean, he has his own version of what's going on, but he's not corroborating anything. But he's a brother and a friend. Brother. Oh, brother.
These guys are really at risk because the U.S. government, the Congress, and the White House have failed to advance what we recommended to President Bill Clinton. You can see this in our archive.
The guy you met 20 months ago, your brother and friend, who you were on his helicopter, right? It's in trouble because of what they didn't do, what Bill Clinton didn't do. And you've only known your brother and your friend for 20 months. Yet he is now in peril because of Bill Clinton.
1994 and 1995. It's making progress. I've seen drafts of executive orders doing what we're asking for that are on the desk now. Frankly, I've seen them. I won't say
You've seen them on the desk. You saw them, frankly, on the desk. There was a whole stack of executive orders on the desk the other night that were signed because they were like, going to do something. They are actually real. But I didn't see yours on the desk. But it's on the other desk. It's on the other
I
desk.
got them, or where I got them from. They're real.
Yeah,
And
he took his
so
headset
there's
off.
great
He's like, I
progress.
can't
But
listen to
within
this
the
shit anymore.
current, let's say the current state of the art on this, these guys are coming forward very cautiously because originally they were just going to give everything to us. We were going to put it out there on blockchain and it would have been done. But when
On
they decided to come
blockchain.
out personally, then it's personal.
Just go back to plan A. Go back to plan A. All right, go back to plan A.
And let me talk to you about that. You have families. I mean, I have 4 children, 12 grandchildren, wife. You have friends.
Brag
You
about
have your own freedom at
$6
risk.
million.
I've been threatened. I mean, Lou Elizondo has openly called me a terrorist and a
Lou Elizondo. That was a guy that was at the committee hearings that's supposed to be on the team.
You have friends. You have your own freedom at risk. I've been threatened. I mean, Lou Elizondo has openly called me a terrorist and a traitor.
Lou Elizondo has called him a terrorist and a traitor.
Doing what I'm doing. I mean, that's on the public record, by the way. So you have these people who are very slick.
No one. What's up?
Who can intimidate people.
I agree
or
with you on
capture
that
them
for sure.
and move them in ill-advised
He has no
directions.
morals.
Now, whenever a new person comes forward, one of my institutional frustrations is that I've seen this. It's like wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat 1,000 times, where people started to come forward and they get diverted into some fiasco, like a tabloid show or what have you. So
Like a tabloid show. There he is. That's another backhanded passive aggressive attack at NewsNation. That's number 2.
I advise against, but again, I don't control what these folks do. I can advise, and then they're going to do what they're going to do. Now, ultimately, we all learn from the school of hard knocks. And
I'm on your own podcast.
I'm always getting caught in situations because of who I am. And every time I think I've learned every lesson, there's a new lesson that comes along that knocks me in the head. So that's just the nature of life on Earth. Unless you're the supreme being, you don't know everything. I don't. No one does. You're going to make mistakes. But the good news on all this is that while there's a lot of controversy about that egg, and by the way, that was not his footage. Another person at a similar operation, which is corroborative, who hasn't come forward, sent that in.
Really? Now this isn't his footage. Somebody else sent that in. Do you guys remember that part from the report on NewsNation? This isn't mine. This isn't mine. And that's somebody else's. This is the second. This is egg 2. This is egg 1. What you guys talking about? Freaking Jake Barber isn't going to go on an interview on NewsNation with Ross Griffhart and bring his own footage. I mean, that's what he promised. That's what was leading up to it. But now Stephen wants us to believe that, and I'll show you, Lou was part of this. He just said called Stephen Greer a terrorist. Was part of, he was part of the he was on with Ross. And he was on with what's the other guy's name? The guy that's making the comeback, Cuomo, right? They were on there together on a special. I showed it. They were all 3 sitting there together. And then then Lou is a guy who went down and went and talked in front of Congress with a bunch of the 3 other guys, right? So Lou actually has more credibility at this point than Stephen Greer as far as making appearances. So now we're going to learning out from Stephen Greer that this wasn't even Jake Barber's footage. Somebody else sent this in.
This is important. Some people say it's great. I said no, because you have multiple operators who've been in projects where they have retrieved virtually the identical type NHI craft at separate locations and times. Now that person has not unmasked themselves. So I'm just saying, I know.
This is so funny, man. This is so funny, dude. It's when they grift on the grift, right? It's like they get accelerated because now I got something that what you saw, you didn't see.
A great deal more that I can talk about on this podcast because the confidences I keep, which I'm not thrilled about, honestly, but this is the world I reside in. Just like I'm not going to talk about who I'm going to be with.
Good night, Patrick. Take care, man. Thanks for being here.
And it's just a gentleman's agreement, and it's decency and ethics. But the really big news also in this is that he confirmed that not only are these operations ongoing, but that it involves multiple sites and that it involves a very advanced technique for bringing these craft down. And I want to talk about this. He talked about
It was so advanced that we were able to do it in the 50s.
psionics. And I when he first described
psionics.
that program to me, I already knew it existed. Everybody's heard of the CIA remote viewing program. But what people didn't know about is that they had taken the concepts of close encounters of the fifth kind, the CE5 contact. You can go get the app, you'll see what it is, that trains people to be peaceful ambassadors to these civilizations, right?
There it is.
And they took it, and back some years ago, before Mr. Barber
stole
was
it.
involved, began programs using electronics and drugs and other techniques to get these what are called P3 operators, these psionic operators, to be able to use consciousness to interface with the trans-dimensional electronic systems that are part of the guidance and control systems of these non-human spacecraft.
Yes, it was again Stephen Greer was behind it all. He's behind psionics. They took his protocols, all right, and they took the government remote viewing work and they combined them together, right? And now they're able to use ordinary psionic specialists, the P3, PS3s, PS5s, I guess, but the newer ones, right? And they're able to use their minds to control the interdimensional controls of the alien spacecraft. Well, they're in trouble if we can do that shit. I would say that we're probably beyond these guys at this point if that's what we can do. I'm not worried about aliens anymore at all. I think we got this covered. If all this stuff's real, the aliens, they ain't got shit on us. I think they need to go home and not play games around here because we'll take over the goddamn spacecrafts with our minds. Then what are you going to do? Nothing. You're going to do nothing.
And they succeeded. Now, he has told me, and others have told me, most people in those programs end up being killed or dying because of the rigor of it or end up in a coma. But the ones that survive can be very, very accurate. But what they're doing, they're using a consciousness matter interface, sort of like a supercharged version of what Elon Musk wants to do with Neuralink, but through non-locality of consciousness, through the consciousness field, which has been very well documented and proven. If you don't know about that, go after this podcast to see Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, the movie, and it's on YouTube and elsewhere, and it'll blow your mind.
Yeah, it'll blow your mind. All right, you'll waste another 2 hours of your life with Stephen Greer.
So those programs, instead of using that technology, let's call it consciousness technology interface sciences for peaceful contact, which is what Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind are doing, it's been used as a weapon system. It's 180 degrees opposite of what we're doing. Now, the good news is, because this is getting confirmed now by some special forces gentlemen, what we'll then do is advise, all right, this is what's possible. But instead of doing it to capture these craft, or as they say, summon them, we don't.
Okay, we got our head on straight now. Can we get Stephen Greer back here and tell us what to do, please? Because he's the only one who makes any sense.
Summon ET craft or NHI craft. We invite them. It's a diplomatic protocol.
We invite them. We don't summon them. It's mine. I came up with it first. Back in the 90s, they stole it from me.
It's not a forced military invasive effort. So the consciousness
we're gonna
behind
take
it is
over
totally
their goddamn
180 degrees different from these programs that have been
taking
used
over
to
their
capture these craft.
They're
bring them
alien
down, taking
crafts.
control, basically
Even
hijacking
can't stop
the
us.
control systems of these craft, bringing them within range, and then hitting them with an electromagnetic pulse weapon and a scalar weapon that then causes them to crash or come down. Sometimes in a controlled descent, so they're intact. Sometimes they crash into smithereens. So I know all the details of this. All right.
How could a super advanced ETI step into this trap?
Oh, great question. Here's the reason why.
That is a great
I remember
question.
when I was asked back in the early 90s, right,
Michael
the Clinton
coming
folks,
through.
if they're that advanced, how could we possibly have tricked them and done this? I said, because they're not gods. They're people. They make mistakes. Now, what is our kill rate? Kill rate meaning out of attempts to kill them, how often does it happen? It's very, very low. The main
It's only
one of the
twice
sites
a
I
year.
was at in Jake Barber's helicopter, he said, well, this one site we bring down 1 or 2 a year.
There you go. See, I remember everything it says. Okay, but now he's getting ready to elaborate on this point by saying, "Oh, I haven't mentioned this yet, but those 2 we bring down a year. That's because we don't bring down a whole bunch of other ones, right? This is going to be the new stuff. Here we go.
But there are a lot more than that are embedded within trans-dimensional space-time that are.
There's a lot. This is where it gets so good with him, because now, in order to explain this, we have to understand that they're embedded in trans-dimensional time, which we're all hit to that, right? Well, they're all embedded. That's a tech term, right? They're embedded like a video on a website. They're embedded, right, in the space-time, trans-dimensional space-time, which is all around us. And they're just no big deal. But we shoot them down twice a year. Twice a year they screw up, and It's just unfortunate, but they keep on trying, and we will keep on trying too. We need to get those numbers up. But anyways, they're embedded in transdimensional space time. That's why we don't get most of them as the story rolls on.
Or around the Earth. So it isn't as if it's like an everyday occurrence, but it means that let's say that
Evidently,
you have a small craft like that. There are 3 or 4 ETs or NHI people, evens, they used to be called extraterrestrial biological entities, and they're asleep at the wheel, but
they're asleep at the wheel. Here come now. Steven's going to make excuses for the aliens. This ought to be really good.
something happens where they take their eyes or minds off what's going on, and they're in sort of a rest mode, and boom, in comes this.
I am taking a short rest now. Are you sure it is safe to do that? Now suddenly they're Irish. I'm going to take a little nap now. I know we've been blinking around and going in really fast in this direction, really fast in this direction all night long, but I'm getting a little sleepy, so I'm going to take a little nap. Hope nothing bad happens while I, just kind of take my eyes off things for 1 second. It's like, oh no. No, now I'm on a table getting autopsies. No.
This invasive signal that is a combination of conscious thought with very advanced technology in the quantum entanglement.
That sounds like a big old problem to me. I know how to take these guys down, break their concentration. I know just how to do that. I know how to break their concentration. Yeah, that's how you break the concentration.
Universe. We're going to need to do multiple podcasts on this for people to get their minds around it. But
Yeah,
that is the foundation.
We're going to have to do multiple content. We're going to have to make a lot of money, a lot of clicks and views. We need more subscribers to make sure that we understand this.
The CE5 contact initiatives, which is Jake Barber and his people very much want to validate to the public that this is based on real science. This is based on real events. And if you look at the movie Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, you'll see that. I mean, we've had up close and personal meetings with ETs that teleport in right in our circle. We're doing CE5. You'll see the pictures of them in the movie.
Yeah, you'll see them. They look like flares or Chinese lanterns. They don't go in the middle of the circle. They're out over the coast beyond the horizon, Stephen, when nobody can see you putting them up there. You've been busted for this. I can't believe you still this is the thing with the grifters, man. People who are like committed lifetime grifters, man. Like, I don't care what level you're on, whether you're on Stephen Greer's level, right, of mass deception, or whether you're just like you're an average toxic individual running a Discord, right? When you get called out for all your bullshit and it's like you're busted for it, you pretend like it didn't happen, right? You pretend like none of it happened, and you just keep doing your same old grift. Like, that didn't really happen. You didn't really get called out by people who went and paid money for your rip-off weekend where you did a bunch of hooey bullshit and acted like an asshole, and then took their money and they got nothing out of it. Right? Nobody, forget those reports. Those people they were shills. They were working for the bad guys, of course. Oh, great. All right. So yeah, that they all pull the same game. They just move on and get new victims and pretend like they didn't victimize a whole bunch of other people. That's just part of the course for people with no moral value and no souls, really.
Now, this has been known in the intelligence community since I first started this project publicly in 1990. I will say this: a big reason why General Stubblebine and those guys who had been involved in all this skullduggery dealing with remote viewing and UFOs and stuff, they offered me $2 billion in 1990 if I would defect from what my purpose was and join their team. And it was a serious offer. And people go, "You've got to be kidding." I said, "No, but this is why." They knew that we had figured out the Rosetta Stone of how to contact. And they wanted someone who was a medical doctor with knowledge of the brain and the body, and also had mastered these consciousness.
He's really enhanced this one
to be on their team, right?
This is the $2 billion in 1990 story. We're all familiar with this one, aren't we? That's right. And we looked up when he started this. Oh, let me double check him again. He was like, "Well, I just get things wrong." Yeah, Stephen Greer. I had this website up forever. I just recently took it down. Let's go here. What year did he start his CSETI? 1990. He literally just started it, right? And he was 17 at this time, according to him, because he did this when he was in college, right? So 1990. Was he 17 in 1990? No, that's impossible. He was born in 1955. Man, his story is so all over the place. So he went to medical. He was in college when he made the protocols. That's right, in the 80s. Appalachian State. That's how I call it. Elon College. Sorry, it was Appalachian State University. It's in Elon, North Carolina. That's why I kept getting confused. Appalachian State. Maybe I did. Maybe there was an Elon College. Hold on, I'm confusing some things. Doesn't matter. This is not part of the story. Anyways, so yeah, in 1990, he was approached by Army intelligence general and offered $2 billion, which is $10 billion today, to not go through with his alien contact protocol, which actually amounted to absolutely shit. And it amounted to nothing. But they wanted a physician and somebody who knew the protocols. What about the guy who helped co-create it? According to him, you might want the co-creator. You might want that.
Not on the team of peace. So that's true. And I chose peace and not the military approach. But
We
people
need
who
an
are
emergency
stuck
room
in these
doctor,
black
of
projects,
course.
they don't have a
We
choice.
have
They're going,
to.
this is what we're going to do. And they go, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right. So
I'm
what
in.
we have to do also for these P3 operators, psionic operators, and this is what we're doing.
Psionic
The men that you saw
operator.
gathered around Jake Barber, we took them and maybe another member of his team out to Joshua Tree to do a CE5 together. I think it was in July of 2024, a few months ago. And so we're
Bullshit.
trying to model this, but then instead of doing it in an aggressive way, and of course there's still some
Bullshit. What is he
learning
trying
be
to
done
do
with
here?
this team. We don't summon them. They're not called in like a valet for the Earl of Downton Abbey or something. They're not just summoned. We do it as an invitational, but with a caveat: appear in any way that is shaped that is safe and appropriate for this time and place.
Oh, that's the convenience. That's the convenience of it all. Whatever's appropriate. Now, you never know how they're going to show up, people. You never know how they're going to show up. But whatever is appropriate for this time and space, that's how they'll show up. And we're ambassadors. We're inviting them in. We're inviting them in. All right.
And we tell them that the Earth is an armed camp with advanced weapon systems that will target them.
They don't know this. These you only target noobs. You can only contact noobs with this shit. What?
Now let me pivot to one other thing that was a huge mistake.
Pivot
in the show.
fast because you just
They were talking about
thinking fast
when they were doing this, and there was an egg-shaped craft that came in. There was a dogfight. One of them said with another craft. No, those weren't two NHI craft. It was an ET craft.
No,
and a man-made one, a disc out of the Lockheed Skunk Works that was deployed to intercept it and knock it down. So this is absolutely true. Now, people who've been on my team, like Raven and others for 25, 30 years, I've seen that once. I've seen that 1,000 times, where we have vectored in and invited a craft to come in and boom, conventional aircraft,
1,000
also
times.
weird man-made UFOs, UAPs come in, and then that
pipes and shit all sticking out.
Alerted them this could happen, vanish, they dematerialize. So we've seen this thousands of times.
Thank you for warning us. We wouldn't have known otherwise.
So I think that there is also a learning curve for them to understand that you have multiple things going on at once. You have the human dimension. You have the
alien, dude. It's a universal truth. We always have something new to learn. Even the aliens need to learn. If you keep doing the same shit over and over again, the same thing happens. That it probably the next time you do it, the same thing will happen again. That's what you can learn from this alien advanced technology aliens that have evolved beyond us and are completely docile.
Non-human extraterrestrial craft and people. And then you have this dark operation that needs to be stood down immediately. This is in the executive.
Stand down, dark operation, or else.
The border recommendations, where those weapon systems are turned down and off, and we pivot to a more diplomatic.
Turn down your weapon system, turn them down and turn them off. Stand down, darkness.
Approach officially from the U.S. government, but also from governments around the world. And I'm advising people who are leaders in other countries that we're at that point where we need to come together as a people, as one world people peacefully, and make contact with these civilizations for dialogue and for cultural exchange and for peaceful advancement of humanity as we become an interplanetary civilization. So that's where we need to take.
That's when the Galactic Federation of Light will keep coming down.
But I just wanted to unpack.
Stephen Greer said it, y'all. And since I'm a Palladian and I'm in contact with the Palladians, this is the part where I come in and I get the grift on, right? Because he said it. Then that's when they will contact us and you will come here for your instructions. And so make sure you like, share, subscribe, and super chat. So the channel's still here and it can do the good light work for the Galactic Federation of Light when they come down. Thanks to the blessings of Dr. Stephen Greer, our fearless leader, who knows everything but is nowhere.
Nuances that were kind of mushed together in the show and unpack it and provide some clarity. The purpose of this podcast is going to be, because this is going to pick up steam now. They've dropped one little bit of evidence and these guys' story. It's going to keep rolling. I know what the plan is here. And what we're going to need to do each time that happens, they're going to be the echo chamber of the UFO community and the media, and particularly the lower end media,
Yeah,
will
yeah,
misinterpret
NewsNation.
things, distort things, or
There's
deliberately
three.
distort things. And in this case, in this show, I don't know if it was just lack of knowledge and research on the part of the
Or
producers,
if they're
or if
like
it was a
working for the
deliberate act of
CIA.
misinformation. It could be both. And
It
I don't
could
know,
be
because I
both.
wasn't involved in that production.
He's roasting him. He's roasting him, guys. He's roasting him. Stephen Greer is roasting the hell out of NewsNation and Raw's cut grift because he wasn't invited to the party.
At all whatsoever. In fact, I advised against it. But
I'm gonna advise you against
both.
this.
And I don't know, because I wasn't involved in that production at all whatsoever. In fact, I advised against it. But nevertheless, that's where we are. Now, what I think looking forward, and I'm always forward looking, is that foot.
Oh, you know what? No one. What's up? I've been looking at that one. I've been looking at that one as I saw like it was like I watched a little bit of the first episode, like a little bit, just like trailer level. It's an egg came from space and possessed people in its vicinity. Yeah, they had it was like a force field. You couldn't walk in and out of it, stuff like that. Oh man, the egg. I have to watch it now. You told me there's an egg in it.
Footage of the retrieval of that egg-shaped craft.
The
I know
acting
it's the
is
tip
very
of a
good.
very big iceberg that's sitting there in a secure area. Again, the original plan is that we were going to get that and push it all the way out to every celebrity network, every podcast, the U.S. government, everything. But because they wanted to come forward personally to attribute it, they then started to ratchet it down to sort of a slow trickle, and then see. And this is what I've been told: see what the U.S. government does, see what the media does, see what the public does. And so they're sort of like sending up trial balloons, if you know what I mean, where you send up a trial balloon, see what's going to happen, see if it gets struck down. So I think for them, the group of people, and it's not just Jake Barber and the guys you saw, it's other people, are looking at that. Now,
other people,
best way-
exciting times.
I'm sorry,
The
Is that a
Gersh.
sound strategy?
it's not what I advise, and it isn't what
Now,
some
Michael, I
leaders,
think you could have
in Europe
asked a
and
better
here in the United
question there.
States, who are very highly placed, would have wanted to see. But this isn't my call. I mean, and I'm not the one who could be arrested.
You're just the one they bring all the shit to, that has all the information, has all things, who has the project disclosure, has running the letters to everybody. You're the guy who says they bring everything to you and you to release it. You're going to keep everybody safe, right? You've seen it all. They've flown you everywhere. They've done everything. You've been in contact with the aliens. You created the freaking protocols. I mean, but you're not the guy. You're not. It's like sometimes he's in charge and sometimes he's just a bystander trying to help. He's a good old country doctor, with his little bag and his telescope around his neck, his little thing on his head. And could I help with some goose grease for that sore throat? He's just a good old country doctor. That's all he is. That's all he is, folks. In that show, the egg had this loving feminine energy that asked people to protect it. And then a giant chicken popped out and ate everybody. Freaking worms, like grubs, like little grubs running around. All right. Let's go.
Killed because I've been embedded in a very sensitive operation. So I don't judge that, but I'm I'm very direct and honest. I'd say, no, I would absolutely not do it that way. I think it's the most dangerous way to do it. And I think it's not effective, because if you really want to move the needle on this, you need more than a few seconds of a spherical egg or egg-shaped object starting to be moved underneath the helicopter. You need multiple corroborating people. You need to know the location.
Yeah, well, dude, what the hell? You said you had all this. Why don't you just put it out? Oh, we can't do it. I do a little bit at a time because people might freak out or people might die. Make it teleported to the moon.
You need to unmask the operation. You need to unmask
it. This is so frustrating. It's constantly talking about what you're going to do and never doing anything, right? That's the kind of shit that gets people lose their job over, because you don't deliver. The secret to doing well at anything is delivery. Just deliver, right? You got to deliver. When it comes to delivery time, deliver, and then you won't get fired, right? Deliver well. Try to exceed expectations if you can. Otherwise, just be on time and be thorough. That it. You don't deliver, Steve. You don't deliver. You just talk and talk and talk.
Corporate name, because I know what they are. I know which corporation.
I won't name it, but Lucky Skunk Works might be one of
he's
them.
Associated with and what they were doing. Those hard drives, those tough books that went missing. I know exactly what those were, what corporation they were lost from, and what's on them. Okay, a pretty good idea what's on them.
He knows everything. He knows everything.
Now, so I think that,
Can you tell us?
Tell us.
Well, it was very detailed information about these operations dealing with.
On all those tough books. You know what a tough book is, right? It's a laptop that's made to take a beating. That's all it is. Tough books. The tough book. Tough book. I had a tough book for some client one time.
NHI and man-made craft at these test ranges that he was assigned to, right? And I've been over.
They had NHI, non-human intelligence, and man-made at the same. Where's my Discord? I'm not gonna. All right. Hey, it looks like stay tuned because 4chan egg leaker has dropped audio of conversation with the being. In this clip, the entity states the egg is 3,000 years old and was made in Egypt. I cannot wait for this. It's less than a minute. Should we pivot? You guys want to go to this breaking news right now? Or should we get through another 20 minutes of Steven? And this is just getting good with Steven too. I hate to break him when he's in stride. But yeah, just to let you know, yes. Okay, well, Libby, if you want it, you get it. All right. Let's break. It's only a minute. But it already sounds awesome. I can tell you that. All right, Steven, hold that thought and we'll be right back with you. But ladies and gentlemen, this could be the very first time you've ever heard an alien speak. I can't wait to hear how good the English is. I use a translator. All right, here we go. I don't know if there's any video, but listen carefully.
Okay, that's fine. How old is the vessel, as you call it? You call it the vessel. We call it the hex shape.
It was built by my people 3,000 years ago in the land you once called Hem.
Kemet.
Hem.
Where is Kemet? Hold on. Hold on a sec. Okay, here. In the phone, where in the map is Kemet?
The one that says Egypt.
Oh, okay, Egypt.
This
Okay, I
one
see.
here.
Okay, it's old then. It's really old. Okay, that's fine. How old is the vessel, as you call it? You call it the vessel.
It's so
We call
old.
it the hex shape.
It was
Even my
built
mother was around
by
when it
my
was built.
people 3,000 years ago in the land you once called Hem.
Him. He's got a great inflection on that. That is it. Is that it? That's it. That's it. So there you go. You've now heard an alien on 4chan. So believe everything you hear and read on 4chan because those fine trolls over there would never mislead you. All right. So back to the program here. 3,000 years ago in Nakamad. Oh, you mean Egypt? Oh, yeah, it's in Egypt. Yeah, it's good stuff. We build the pyramids, we put the egg in it. You know, that's the kind of thing we do. They got nothing better to do, man. Well, you guys fly around, build stone pyramids, and put eggs inside of them. What kind of fucking weirdos are you? We got bored. It's like 3,000 years ago, man. You know, we started smoking some of that American grass, huh? Wow, I'll remember this. I'm glad we shared it together, Libby. I'm glad we were all here together to share it. That monumental, groundbreaking, breaking news from the 4chan universe. You got to love those guys. They're always on top of the real truth. All right, where were we? What's this guy talking about?
Both of the test ranges that he works out of, out,
test
high desert,
ranges.
out west. So again, I've been over these facilities. I've known about them. What's interesting, he noted that in our archive, we had photos and information about both these facilities back in about 1994, 95. So before I think he was still maybe in high school or just starting his career in the Air Force when we had already been read in on that. So you kind of go full circle here.
Fully read in.
But, so that, but
Full
on the other
read
hand,
in.
it's a very big step forward to have someone who's actually been
Because
an
I'm
operator
Dr.
on the
Stephen
retrieval team.
Greer,
Now, one other huge mistake
ufologist.
that's been made, and this is the most damning one,
Government
the most
reads me into
dangerous
everything.
mistake, was the facile and incorrect association with personal injury
Facile.
and radiation with NHI craft. Let me be blunt. This is bullshit. All right. So I
That
won't
really
unpack
struck a nerve with Steven.
An
He's on
interstellar
a
vehicle is
rampage
not
now.
using a nuclear power plant. The ones that are using nuclear power plants are ours. They're human. And
Yeah,
this
you
is
son
not
of a
in
bitch.
question.
Don't
In
be
fact,
talking about
Lieutenant
my
Colonel
alien
Pecker, who
friends
was
like
one of our
that.
disclosure witnesses,
Fuck you
was
up.
on an operation when an object that was a nuclear-powered satellite-type object decompensated and came down in a remote part of the Yukon in Canada.
Is that
told
better
us
than
all, and he was part of that
overcompensating?
operation, and they covered it up because it was nuclear, and the thing was hot. Now, of
Hot
course,
nuclear,
Jake Barber
hot
says, well, you know, we
butter.
weren't suited up to that it was hot, because
Nashville
then
hot.
if they knew it was radioactive, they would have told us. I hate to tell him, but ask all the Agent Orange victims from Vietnam if
Yeah,
the
you tell
command
them.
structure in these corporations and military really care if their frontline soldiers are harmed or not. I hate
Yeah,
to be
ask
cynical, but
Monsanto
here's a
about
wake-up
that.
call. They don't give a damn. And if
They don't
people
give
get
a-
burned and killed and injured,
Wake up,
to get it
motherfucker.
done now quickly, they'll do it. So
Yeah, they'll do it.
you have multiple,
They'll do it right in your
unpack this
face.
for you now. You have multiple objects, both in space and in aircraft, that are nuclear, that we have, that are highly classified. Not just United States, but Russia and China. You have
right.
nuclear power plants on satellites that every once in a while go bad, and they come down and they lose their orbit and they come in. That's
Yep,
kept very
happens.
secret to prevent the public from being outraged. It'd be a scandal because it's like a dirty bomb falling over some part of the world.
Yep.
Number two, we have had, and you can look this up, experimental craft, not anti-gravity, that are human, that are using nuclear power plants. And when those go bad and go wrong, it ain't pretty.
Of course
right?
they are.
Because it's nuclear, right? And then you also have the third and most bizarre category. And the great example of this, and go to the archive if you want, even as you're listening to me speak, if you have a dual screen, and look at the Cash Landrum case in Texas. And this happened decades ago, I believe in the 1980s. And this family, a 5-year-old boy and his mom and I think his aunt were driving along a highway north of Houston. And suddenly this weird thing comes down, spewing all kinds of sparks and energy. And they didn't know it, radioactive waste. What was that? Well, we know from Air Force Office of Special Investigations source, Doty, that he was the principal investigator out of Kirkland Air Force Base at the time, but he was assigned that whole region in New Mexico, that was a man-piloted craft out of Area 51, Nellis, that was an ET craft that they could not figure out how to get the propulsion, the energy system to work. So they stupidly put on one of these portable nuclear plants.
Yeah, you know, I can't figure this out. I want to take this thing for a spin. Just throw in one of those portable nuclear plants. Yeah, but come on, guys. We're gonna sit here and try to figure this shit out. Just put a fucking portable nuclear plant on it. Let's go. I want to fly this thing around. Look at it. It looks cool. Look how cool it looks. Just put a portable nuclear plant on it. Stop trying to figure out how the aliens did it. We ain't smart like that. Just throw put some firecrackers on the bottom of it too, some bottle rockets or some sparklers or some shit. Put that in the portable nuclear plant. Yeah, just put that right on the rocket and then we're good to go. It should work, right? We got enough heat. That's all we need is heat, right? If ET comes out of the closet, they will claim that they are here to protect the Earth from another hostile alien species, and we need their protection like the governments of Earth running the same scam. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. That's why we have to call it the grifters, man, because it'll be people like him that'll help enable it. This guy right here that has a cult of people that are willing to come and thumb down a video without even hanging out and watching it. Those people. They don't like the truth. They like to be right. They have to be right about their wrong belief system. That's okay. One day they'll realize it when this shit never happens, which is always what happens. And half of that group will continue to believe it because they are too ashamed of themselves or they don't have the courage to be humble. Right. And the other half will be like, man, I'm sick of this shit. I'm going to go hang out with the base people and call this guy out. Right. Now you made more, that's the way it works, right? These moments of clarity are only for the select few that are ready to accept them. Right? The rest of the people go back to sleep. They go back to the false belief systems and they stay in the state of denial until the next time when they have the opportunity to have a moment of clarity, which hopefully they'll take. But yeah, we just can only provide them by listening to and using these guys' own words to paint to unveil the truth of the reality of the situation. Because the more this guy talks, the larger of a hole he digs himself into. And to the point now where it's gonna crescendo. And that's why I'm here covering, because I know there's gonna be a big train wreck here at the end of this. Like I called it out when the drones started showing up, that we were gonna head down in this territory. That was gonna be a big story right this year. And that, and I said right as it got started, it's like there's a matter of time before Stephen Greer shows up with a story about all this, right? And people that are a part of my crowd that are here all the time and come to my other shows and know me, know that what I'm telling you right now is true, right? And so I've been anticipating this. Now I didn't know what it was going to be like, or how good it was going to get, or how long it was going to last. This has turned into a very interesting thing where you have these two factions now. He's co-opting, talking about one like their best friends. The other ones are completely ignoring him, right? And he doesn't like the other guy give out the source. He wants to be the guy breaking the news, right? He should. But the problem is that he's probably just co-opting these people. So when is Jake Barber going to come out and say something about Stephen Greer? Right now, if you're not Jake, if he's your brother and he's your bestie, right? And you took him on your helicopter and showed him all the secrets, right? You need to step up and say something. You need to stick up for your friend here, right? I hope that Ross guy hadn't gotten to you. But you need to come bail Steven out, because right now he is not looking hot. Not looking hot at all. Like he's looking like he's making all this shit up. And what's going to happen then?
The portable nuclear plant malfunctioned, and it spewed this radioactive material on these poor victims. And I might say, to this day, in a trajectory from that area of Texas, north of Houston, all the way to Fort Hood, it was spewing this stuff. So people who are in the
welcome,
fallout zone
Shizzy
of that
Raiders.
are
How
still
you
probably
doing?
living on
Thank you so much
radioactive
for being
material.
here. I
This is
appreciate the
Greer,
raid.
big trouble.
I can hear the
Thank you,
people on
Shizzy.
X
Thank you,
right
thank
now
you.
saying, "Oh my God, Richard Doty! You're going to use Richard Doty as a source." So I want to put the question to you right
Yep.
now: why use Richard Doty as a source?
Well, look, he is a known disinformation person, but when we interviewed him, and you were there were certain
Like
things
you're
that I
not.
knew enough about to get the correct answers from him. And I've heard that from other sources. He's not the only one. He's the only one that has said it on the record.
What's
So remember, for
up,
every person who says
Silhouette?
something
What's
like
up?
that
How
on
you
the record,
doing?
I usually have
Good to
3,
see
5,
you.
10 people who've been involved in projects where we have used these nuclear power plants on both things that look like UFOs, because we're trying to get them to work, aircraft, satellites. So this is not speculation. And then the question becomes, all right, if that has happened, and we can prove, it's a very well-proven medical case. Now, at the time, and until very recently, the UFO community could take that case and say, see, if you get contact with an NHI craft and the aliens, you're going to get burned. And this then brings me to this gentleman, Gary Nolan, who,
Yeah.
interestingly,
Basically, what he's
was
talking
admitted
about
in this
here
show
is he's
as a
talking
CIA,
about this craft. Like he's basically addressing the Jake Barber alien tech disclosure thing that went down in NewsNation and was completely bombed. Where the guy had basically like a rope with an egg on the end of it, and that was supposed to be the big reveal. But he's been calling him out as one of his buddies the entire time. Oh, thanks, Fizzy. How you doing, man? Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. And he's been calling him out the whole time as one of his friends and his besties, and the guy who was like his inside whistleblower guy. But now he goes out and he reveals all of his inside stuff on a different show, right? But he's acting like that does not bother him, but it does bother him a little bit, because he wanted to be the one who disclosed everything. And Audrey, how you doing? Good to see you, Audrey. Jen, what's up? How you doing? Thank you. Welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. So many good, awesome people coming over. I hope you guys had enjoyed your evening with Shizzy Wiznut. We are just going to this is podcast 3 of Stephen Greer, and he's talking about this guy Jake Barber, who supposedly he's in cahoots with, and this big disclosure thing that's going to go on. But the stories don't seem to connect, and so we're trying to figure out, do they actually know each other or not? And we're hearing what his reaction is. Earlier we heard what he was saying before the big thing on last Saturday night. Right, wasn't a big thing. It wasn't a big thing at all. It was actually a big letdown. It was the egg drop, as we call it. And so now we're seeing how he's going to cover for this and what he's going to do to kind of correct the narrative, to see if he can push it back in his direction. And in case you're not aware, we don't really think Steven's that credible. So it's really just pointing out his story. As I've been covering, I got a podcast playlist down there, degrifting Stephen Greer forever. And basically it started with a 2-part stream I did on Drone Apocalypse 2024, another series I recently did because of all the drones that were going on, and where he did an interview with David Spade and Dana Carvey from this SNL and their actors. He did an interview where he went through this whole story, and I broke it down like line by line, basically debunking the story as he was going. And then and Shizzy knows. Shizzy, if you like Shizzy Wiznut, we did at least 10 episodes in the Alien UFO Rabbit Hole playlist that I have. It's called From Beginning to End, the Alien UFO Rabbit Hole. And Shizzy was along for that ride for most of the time. So if you like Shizzy Wiz Night and you want to see us together, that's back in my avatar form. We covered Ancient Aliens. We covered Disclosure Project. We covered Galactic Federation Alliance. We covered all the things, all the ways they walk you into this alien UFO belief system. And we had a blast. We had a good time. It's just a lot of comedy involved in it, a lot of good laughs. So if you like that, please check out that playlist. It's got to be in the description because I listed it as one of the playlists. This video right here is going to be on, and you'll find the other ones on there too, like the other ones that are in the Degrifting Stephen Greer Forever podcast playlist. Anyway, so that breaks down his story. And so before that, and then this Jake Barber thing happens, and Jake Barber comes out with his alien tech stuff, right? And when we're like, well, this is really similar to what Stephen Greer's been saying since the drone thing came out. Because I said, when the drone thing came out, just wait, Stephen Greer will be showing his face eventually to try to put his alien spin on it, right? And that's what he did. And so then I'm like, well, this is so close, right? But he's never named Jake Barber as anybody. And then leading up to this, he started going like, well, that's my guy, right? And then he didn't know what was going to happen with the NewsNation release. They released this green egg looking thing, right? Which nobody bought. It looks completely fake. I mean, supposedly a helicopter is moving this thing, and it's solid. It's a solid white egg, like a chicken egg. It looks like, but it's not. It looks more like a water balloon or something. As all these things turn out, and you get about 5 seconds of footage, and you're supposed to believe it. That's the way the whole grip works. And Shizzy and I went down this rabbit hole very thoroughly. And this is the tail end of it, of what's happening now with these things and how they're trying to grift people into believing this stuff. Stephen Greer, nobody better at doing it. And what he's doing now is explaining that he, what went down with the Jake Barber disclosure on NewsNation, which went really bad, and how he's trying to kind of cover for it and cover what he's saying, and how he's going to take this and spin it into something else. And my prediction so far has been the way these grifters work is they put out a date, like something's going to happen. It's something very small. They underdeliver, and then they drag it out for months and months and months. And then eventually they kind of just trickle off into something else. We'll see how this goes. But that's where we're at right now, just catching you up. So this is good stuff.
Contractor. And of course, I discovered that the hard way about 10, 12 years ago, or 11 years ago, when he took the Atacama humanoid.
There it is. See? Okay, there it is. This is the one. This is the malformed human being, right? This is he made a bunch of money on a documentary called Sirius, right? And this was supposed to be an alien, and they were supposed to do an autopsy on some brain tissue that was left here in the skull, right? And there they go, measuring it out. There it is, nice, good picture of it. And now he's going to run cover on that too. The DNA was human on this, okay? Yeah, it's just a malformed individual. Like, I mean, I say an abortion or something, like a miscarriage or something like that, right? A human that was very, very messed up, that came out and that was mummified and then buried because it was ancient, as a reverence to the soul that was in it. And so they found it, and he convinced everybody it's an alien, and they were going to take it and do the autopsy on it. And then he did a big documentary on it. And at the end of the documentary, they hadn't even done the autopsy. That's how clever this Greer guy is. He got all these people. It was a live event, so you had to buy money. You had to pay money to see the live event, right? And then they said, well, we shipped it off and we'll find out about it. So stay tuned. We'll let you know what it is after an hour and a half of listening to the buildup. Steven.
Research and deliberately falsified it. And this can be proven, by the way. It's been proven by the top genetic genome sequencing people.
See, there he is. He's covering his own ass when it was a 6-inch Chilean baby with birth defects.
In the world that was completely done deliberately and properly, and was reported.
See, and there's the hole where they got the brain tissue out of.
Out as a deformed fetus. Now, I still don't know what the Atacama humanoid is. It's in our archive. You can go look at it. It most certainly was not a deformed fetus because it had growth plates of a 6-year-old in it, even though it was only 6 inches long. We don't know what it was. But
yeah, don't be proven wrong after you made a bunch of money off a grift documentary.
But here's the problem. You have someone now under contract with CIA doing, quote, academic research to prove
see how fast you moved on
that
from that,
UAP
right?
contact events, these horrible injuries.
Thing.
When we have, and you had found this document from Jacques Vallée talking about how they were staging alien contact events by the CIA for their psychological warfare value, about how harmful they were. So what's the agenda here? Is the agenda we exposed 30
Oh no,
years ago, and that
conspiratainment,
Carol
man.
Rosin
That's
said that
why I
Werner
know
von
this
Braun,
stuff.
who invented the rocket for Adolf Hitler, warned us of, and that they were going to try to create a specter.
I know. I mean, if you joined us tonight, man, I've been doing the Greer stuff for a little bit now, and I think one thing they've learned is I really know this Greer stuff. Like I really know it well. I could almost predict sometimes what he's about to say or where he's about to go or something. Like, and I didn't even realize that I was that good at it. I think it's just like over the years of seeing so much stuff. I could approach everything with an open mind, man. I'd love for him to be right. I'd love for some of the stuff that he's saying to be right, but it's very conspiratainment, right? It's very much, it's enjoyable to listen to. It's creative. It's creative. It's interesting, and you're waiting for it, so it's good storytelling, right? He's not as good as some other people, but it's George Norrie, it's what's the name of I can't think of the show now. The overnight radio show. It's overnight radio. It's driving down the highway in the middle of the night, listening to people tell you stories about things that aren't real. You got the Bigfoot stories, you got the alien stories, you got all this stuff, chupacabras and ghosts and paranormal. There's those stories, it's Coast to Coast AM. Coast to Coast AM. This is George Norrie. Yeah, that. It's fun. It's fun to listen to. That's where I know a lot of it from. And then, well, what is this disclosure? Is it real? Yeah, Coast to Coast. Yeah, it's fun. But this guy is selling it like it's real, man. They're all out there selling it like it's real now.
Of a threat from outer space. And the only way to do that is to falsely create evidence, or evidence that exists that the CIA and other operations have created, and then label it alien when it isn't. So they labeled the Cash Landrum thing alien when it was human error. They label many of the abductions as alien when it's been staged by covert programs. They label mutilations alien mutilations, and they're not. We know who's doing it. We know how they're doing it. It has nothing to do with NHI, extraterrestrial aliens. So that whole psychological warfare effort, which began in the 50s, is going apace today. And one of the problems with people who are whistleblowers who have lived in the sort of world of a very highly classified project,
yeah,
they come out
he's been
into
talking
the
for a
subject
while.
of UFOs in the general public. And suddenly whatever they say can get folded and mutilated and folded into that false narrative. It happened to Grush. It's happened to many other people. I mean,
what did he say, Scott? What'd you catch? Sorry, man. What did you catch? He just told on himself. What did he say? Almost to the end of this.
Folded into that false narrative. It happened to Grush. It's happened to many other people. I mean,
one more time. Let's back it up.
Whistleblowers who have lived in the sort of world of a very highly classified project, they come out into the subject of UFOs in the general public, and suddenly whatever they say can get folded and mutilated and folded into that false narrative. It happened to Grush. It's happened to many other people. I mean, all the way back almost 24 years ago, when we had the first National Press Club that was seen by 800 million people with 22 whistleblowers at the National Press Club here in Washington, May 9th, 2001. So this spring will be a 24th anniversary. We had some of the people who had been at nuclear facilities where there had been these craft come in, and the famous case in Minot, North Dakota, where they took 18 intercontinental ballistic missiles offline. And of course, the people who were there told us they felt that ETs were
Wanda E, what's up? How you doing?
If you're so crazy that you go to MAD, mutual assured destruction, which
is
our nuclear policy, one gets fired, they all get fired, and the whole world is
gone.
Good one. That we can intervene because we want peace and we want this civilization to continue. That's what they told me. Then you have someone, this Leslie Keene, come in, repackaged it, and went on a tour on CNN and everywhere else about the national security threat of the UFOs to our nuclear arsenal. Well, no, so you have one event, you have these events, and you have the truth about what was behind them, and then you have the spinmeisters in the media who turned it into the alien invasion threat. This has been a 70-year plan, and so one of the key things I'm going to do with this podcast is when there is information that's legit. Jake Barber is a patriot. He's legit. He was there. And it gets
okay. So like I said, Jake Barber needs to come out and confirm you. You keep confirming him, but all through everything you said on NewsNation, everybody else has been on there. Nobody is talking about you, Stephen. That's the weird thing we're trying to figure out here. Are these guys actually connected or not? Will they ever acknowledge they're connected? If they are, I don't know. It didn't make much sense that they wouldn't, right? Why isn't he in the middle of this with Jake if he's so connected to him? I don't get it.
Folded in either through error or lack of knowledge, or as I say about this subject, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. I don't know what went on with that production, but a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. So whether it's done by design and corruption, or whether it's done by just lack of enough knowledge, we have to clarify it because the stakes are too high. Let me tell you what the stakes are here. This subject's going to come out now. And if it gets hijacked over and over again into these false narratives by nonsense, like contact with NHIUAPs, you're brain damaged and you're burned and this and that and the other thing. Who's going to want to do CE5 contact?
Like
if
you.
that's true, and it isn't true. But number two, it's going to pivot the politicians and the U.S. government into a war footing or a threat, national security threat footing.
They're not going to pay any attention. They're not going to pay any attention to it. That they're not going to pay any attention to it. They don't pay any attention to it anyways. You send stuff up there all the time. They don't look at it. Like, oh my God, this is the Greer stuff. All right, we'll put it in the bar room. We'll read it when we're drinking. So it's like, they're not. They don't get it. He doesn't get it. I mean, they don't think that you're credible. They don't believe it. You should review Age of Disclosure documentary trailer coming out in the Southwest after this. Oh, really? Is it his? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I had Age of Disclosure, huh? This is the guy that coined the phrase disclosure. Like, honestly, he's been running with this idea for a long time. And now every time someone says disclosure, believe me, Stephen Greer's behind that word. Like when it comes to UFOs and aliens and all that stuff.
Peaceful paradigm of contact and open dialogue. So these sort of efforts.
But he's concerned that we're not going to trust the good aliens when they show up because of the bad people that are pretending to be the bad aliens, so that they can take over. You see, that's the high level. That's the 1,000-foot view of his whole thing. And then you have to get into the nitty gritty of who's the bad guys, who's the bad alien guys. Then you get into the deep underground, black ops, corporate military mix, black budget, they have alien techs. They shoot aliens down there twice a year. They have their technology. They reverse engineered it. They go multiple times the speed of light, which is impossible. It's like, but they can do it. They're transdimensional. I mean, you have to go follow his story all the way down. But the high level is just what I told you, is that these people that are involved in this technology have got the technology, and now they've gone rogue and they could use it against us. And they have everything you could ever imagine and worse, like from Star Trek or whatever. They already have it. And so this is where it gets very hard to believe, Stephen, because if somebody already had that and had plans to take over the world, they wouldn't need to use a fake alien invasion to do it. They would just do it. They would start teleporting people off they didn't want and start teleporting people in with, cloaking technology or whatever. You said I can imagine anything worse, right? So with full-fledged imagination, they could just put clones of people in, and then they could just say, we're going to do this. And if you don't like it, maybe find yourself on the moon or in the middle of the ocean because we got teleporters. That'll get your ass in line real fast. The fear of being teleported into a place that wouldn't be fun, like the middle of a volcano, that's if you're lucky. That's if you're lucky. That's if they like you. If they don't like you, they put you in the middle of the ocean. They don't like you, they put you on. Well, I don't think you'd last very long on the moon, but they just put you out there on the moon in a spacesuit. So you'd have to be up there by yourself until the oxygen runs out. They can think of all kinds of things to do because they can do anything. That's what he's trying to tell us. That exists already on Earth. 0 point energy. They're saving it in underground bases so that they can make their own coffee and microwave burritos, and we don't get any. Right? That's what it is.
To subtly turn. And of course, gaslight the general public who might see this material on a tabloid show or whatever. That is a very dangerous thing. Now, I have shared very frankly with Jake Barber and others that I'm working with that when that happens, I will come out and clarify it. And I'm not trying to be.
Oh, thank you. Please do.
Or somebody once called me a rock that won't move. No, because there's a singular purpose here, and that is to create a pathway in the human future that's peaceful, that involves a new world of new technologies.
He's not going to know what to
from
do.
The current state where we're blowing each other up in all these regional wars and
He's
conflicts,
not going to know what to do.
Religious hatreds, and just replace that with interplanetary war and conflict. But the kind of disinformation and manipulation of folding the narrative from we're doing contact, but we're going to then bring them in and kill them, right? That's not CE5 contact. You want to know what CE5 contact is? There's an app. Go get it and practice it. You'll be astounded in what you see.
Yeah, go get the app.
But also where people have contact with what? And I'll tell you right now, the biggest secret that they keep sanitizing out of this narrative, because the test ranges where Jake Barber has been operational, their primary purpose is not to down ET craft, it's to test the man-made ones. He referred to rather obliquely, i.e. the aerospace companies, discs, triangles, and objects that are ours. I will tell you, Absolutely. That is the big secret, not the extraterrestrial part of this. The big secret is that we have those technologies. They have been used illegally. They continue to be used illegally in everything from human trafficking to drug running to abducting and murdering people. Those operations have to be stood down and stood down quickly. And that is the biggest part of the secret. Actually, the powers that be in these covert programs want everyone to believe that everything that goes bump in the night out there is alien, and it isn't. And that is part of the false flag. It is a key part of the deception, the grand deception. So I think that we're going to have to be very vigilant, those of us in the disclosure community and who are seeking the truth coming out in a way that redounds to a beautiful future, that creates a new world, as the ET said to Colonel Corso, and not let it get diverted into something that is a dystopian future of militaristic approach. Right now, there's a militaristic approach to the ET.
Okay, here you go. Here's a third scenario. Nothing happens of it. Nothing comes out of this. So it doesn't go dystopian and it doesn't go utopian because it doesn't exist. That's the grift, right? So you have to sit on the edge of your seat and wonder, well, do I want to do nothing and let it be a dystopia, or do I want to go and get behind Steven and disclosure people and make sure that we usher in a new utopia through alien technology and 0-point energy? Yvonne, what's up? How you doing? And you let's say Yvonne, sorry. And so which one do I want to do? Well, there's a third possibility that none of this is true, so none of that will happen. Right? That's the third possibility. That's the one he's not going to tell you about.
That's been covert. It won't be advancement and it won't be disclosure if it just becomes an overt event where the governments of the world are united around an alien threat, and that the only way they can bring peace on this planet is to create a war of the worlds. I mean,
yeah, you know where they get that from? Remember Ronald Reagan? Anybody remember Ronald Reagan? He got up there and said that too. I'd like to imagine that if we ever faced a threat outside of our own self, that we'd all come together and realize we were all one person, all one people on this planet. And he's talking about some alien. I imagine if there was an alien invasion. That's what they said. Well, he's signaling there. He's telling us that's going to happen. That's a big signal. He put it in his speech to make a signal in the middle of his speech, right? No, but what happened is like the reverse grift. They take that and be like, okay, that's going to happen. So now that's part of the big plan, right? That's part of the big plan is that they're going to fake it so that we all come together and then we all rescind our rights as sovereign nations to the higher power that's going to protect us from this alien invasion. Joke's on us. It was us all along, right? It was us all along. So we've all bent the knee and we've all given up our rights and there's no going back and everything's going to be dystopic because they fooled us with the aliens. That's the idea here, right? And what he wants to do is make sure that we know the aliens are the good guys. So when they do show up to save us from all this stuff, very galactic federational IT, would you agree? That we shouldn't be alarmed and try to shoot them down. We should try to reach out to them with our minds and invite them and be good ambassadors, right? And that we shouldn't fall for the man-made stuff, even though we don't know what the real alien stuff looks like. That's what's going on here.
This is not progress, my friends. So that is what we have to avoid. And the very subtle psyops of weaving truth and what Jake was saying is the truth, and with a sort of a narrative that subtly moves and introduces the idea of you have contact with NHI, you're damaged. So, when the other thing I want to talk about that, he was talking about at one point in the show, this beautiful, almost spiritual experience he had when he was retrieving an 8-gon, like an octagonal shaped object with some non-human intelligence associated with it. And that he has told me that story. He told me that story when I was with him in the chopper over these sites. And
he was in the chopper with Jake.
Story. They go to a commercial break, and then they cut to where he's telling the story of picking up this crate, not the octagon, not the 8-gon, but this crate that was already boxed up. He had no idea what was in it when he got there, and that's what gave him radiation sickness and poisoning. What was in that crate? It was an NHI. It absolutely was one of these other misguided uses of a nuclear miniature propulsion and energy system. It was
a miniature nuclear plant. That's what he said earlier. Just throw a miniature nuclear plant on it and fly that sucker.
Went bad, and they were trying to keep that very, very, very secret. Now,
yes, they put it in a crate. But they put it in a crate. They're keeping it so secret they put it in a crate. They didn't like seal it up in a vault or a safe or anything like that, right? Just throw it in that crate. People won't ask any questions.
I have this institutional disclosure project witnesses like Colonel Heckert and others that have described those sort of operations. So this is where you have to be able to create the mosaic. So I'm going to end kind of where I started.
You can ask
is
if they
that
were alive.
we have to create this disclosure mosaic, and the disclosure mosaic has to take into account the totality of the intelligence and information that we've garnished and gathered from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people like Mr. Barber. So I think that is really what the big task is for us at the Disclosure Project. And each time there's a information that gets folded into disinformation or misinformation,
I want to meet the
we're
whole
going to need
team.
to clarify it. And I just accept that as where things are right now. And I think it'll be like that for some time. I just want people who follow what we're doing. I don't think this is going to get any simpler. There'll be attempts to hijack, just like they've hijacked the CT craft to knock them down instead of doing peaceful CE5. There's a constant attempt to hijack disclosure and bend it in the direction of conflict, false information.
Disclosure is something you've made up, though. Disclosure is something he's made up. So people are trying to steal what you made up in order to bend it in some other direction.
That's what we have to be vigilant of. And clearly, Gary Nolan doing things under contract from the CIA, at least, I mean, that's what the host of the show said. It should give people pause.
The host of the show, another one. Sorry, Ross. He does not like Ross, man. He does not like Ross. He doesn't like NewsNation. He won't call them by name. I refuse to acknowledge you. You got to get a few more shots in at him.
When was the last time anyone in academia did anything on behalf of the CIA that wasn't some kind of skullduggery and psyop? I can't think of any case. So I think that, someone like that saying, well, yeah, we're studying all these terrible injuries due to the contacts with NHI and the aliens. No, they're not. They're documenting the harm and the damage that have been done to people like Jake Barber by human contact with human experimental craft where they've been injured or where they've been deliberately targeted for an abduction or a vivisection or a mutilation. So that is a very course of a different kind.
Man, I hope you don't get deliberately targeted for a mutilation, guys. I mean, if I can pray for you, I'll pray for you. I pray that you never get targeted for a deliberate mutilation just to prove a point that some alien crafts are man-made, some aren't, and that there's bad guys and underground bases and shit. So I hope you don't get targeted for a mutilation. That's my wish for you.
But you can see that with the public not knowing what the human capabilities are, and this is a big liability right now in what is known here. I'm looking at the White House right here. The paucity, the short.
Is he really looking at the White House?
About all of this is a national security risk.
I believe it. No, actually, no. I believe he is.
It's a huge problem because this is going to come out, and if it comes out with that kind of narrative, we're going to be at World War III.
I remember because he went to the RFK ball. He was spotted at the RFK Junior ball.
We're going to be. It'll be mass panic. It'll be 1,000 times worse than 9/11 or COVID in terms of the missteps. And I have said it that bluntly to the incoming administration.
He'll use all kinds of big words. Sound smart.
My fate in life is to, I liken this to Michael. It happened more than once, unfortunately. Someone comes in with a massive heart attack, and they don't like to be in hospitals. Who does? I mean, I didn't like it. I had all my trauma last year, but. They say, well, I'm going to leave. And you got a 12-lead EKG showing a massive heart attack in the left ventricles. It was called the Widowmaker that actually kills you. I said, if you leave, you're going to die. They say, well, I'm going to be fine. I don't want to be here. And they get up on you. You can't arrest them and hold them there forcibly. They get out. And I've had them drop dead in the parking lot or 4 hours later at home, and they're brought in code blue dead. Now,
code blue, not code zebra alert.
This subject is that just as a medical doctor and an emergency and trauma guy, you can advise and you can say, here where the landmines are, they're going to blow you up. Doesn't mean they're going to listen. Now, if they listen, good. If they don't, that's on them. So all I can do and all any of us can do is the following. Please write to the incoming president. He's inaugurated in a few hours, tomorrow, Monday at noon, I believe.
And to write the president about this,
and to your representative in the House of Representatives. If you're in other countries, write to your leaders and your parliament members or whatever you have, and ask that they implement peaceful contact with these civilizations, but that they also implement the executive orders that we are recommending for witness protection, amnesty for these people, physical protection, and standing up a law enforcement effort here and abroad to bring to rein, to stand down these odious programs that are targeting ET crap and engaging in all this false flag operations dealing with abductions and what have you. So the only way people are going to act is that this needs to become a crescendo that builds from the public. Many members of Congress have said, yeah, but we're not hearing from people on this. So take responsibility. I can't do everything. My team can't do everything. Jake and his guys who are risking their lives, and they are genuinely courageous, wonderful patriots. They need your help. We need your help. So I would say, we live in a democracy. Let's act like it. Now we know that the democracy's been hollowed out, but maybe it's hollowed out because we, the people, aren't doing what we should be doing, right? We should be screaming from the rooftops to get this done properly. And I can't do it by myself, and a handful of people can't. The whistleblowers can't do it by themselves because they're coming from a milieu. This
is why it's not going to get done, right? It's going to be our fault. It's going to be our fault. Well, we tried our best, but people just wouldn't do anything about it, and then they swept it under the rug, and it's like, meh.
an environment of a very specific, narrow, highly compartmented operation. They're not experts on all these other issues, and they'll admit that. It's an enormously complex problem. It's multidimensional chess here. So we have to understand that about the whistleblowers. And they're not accustomed to dealing with the free-for-all known as the media, the UFO subculture, and politics and all that. They're special operators, so we can only expect from them what they can do, and that should be enough. Now, so what we're going to do as information comes out, whether it's on NewsNation or CNN or the New York Times, if it gets folded into false information, we're going to expose that. But we're going to take the real information,
that's what I'm doing,
and then continue to deliver it to the people who need to see it.
I think it's all
the information that came out
folded in disinformation about a bunch of BS. Like, honestly, none of it makes any sense. I'm just waiting to see if Jake will own you. Like, if he'll be like, oh no, Steve is my brother. I took him up with the copter
last night. We're getting the key part of it, and I'm providing it because I have to be at some things
I'm not
tonight
good about it
here in Washington with most of the key people coming into the White House. So that is,
yeah, right. So most of the key people coming into the White House on inauguration night were like, oh, I can't wait to hang out with Stephen Greer. Come tell us about how we're doing it wrong, Stephen.
That's what I have to do, and that's why I needed. Thank you, Michael, for the little summary that you put together. And just say a prayer that all this goes right. And
yeah,
I would say also say a prayer
Michael
for
good money,
around Jake Barber and his family,
you pay
and
Michael
that whole
good,
team.
You pay me got
guided,
good money. You
right
pay
action,
Michael. I'll
protected, and that this is the beginning of a much, much bigger process of truthful disclosure, and hopefully we can minimize the damage from the peanut gallery and the disinformation specialists that inevitably are going to hijack this information and spin it in untoward and damaging ways. So we have to make a distinction between the data, the information, the evidence, and the direct witness testimony, and how it might be intercepted and then altered. And I know I sound very technical about that, but I have to be. I have to be very clear about that, because otherwise this is where your whole purpose gets sidebarred and goes into left field and goes sideways. So that's our big challenge. It's my big challenge. I think it's all of our big challenge, and we need to be vigilant, all of us, ever vigilant about this as this picks up speed.
All right, there you have it, guys. There you have it. That was number 3. Stephen Greer's wild imagination, the wild world of his imagination, right there. And whoa, how about that? Anything come across the news wires while we were doing deep research there? Let me see. We did the other egg guy. There's a guy. There's a guy in and personally, that's funny. Hold on, I gotta show that. That's funny. There's people on 4chan who are now doing the egg grift too. So there's an egg grift going on 4chan. If you want to get in on that, help yourself. Okay, so here we go. This is just we had to release this. Rare footage. Dr. Stephen Greer personally briefing Abraham Lincoln about UFOs in front of the White House. He's debriefed and briefed everybody. His briefs have come on and off, on and off, on and off. And he's in the middle of everything, but in the middle of nothing at the same time. He's a very zen disclosure kind of guy, right? Very zen disclosure kind of guy. Yeah, he's in the middle of it, but people come to him and then they go away. They come to him, they go away, they do it somewhere else. Then they come back to him, then they go away. And boy, he doesn't like Ross from NewsNation, does he? Oh boy. Because that mess might have set the disclosure project back decades. Well, not that it was going anywhere anyways. I mean, it pretty much dropped off until this. Like, that's why I knew that he would come back, because this is the perfect opportunity to bring disclosure back up. They're not owning what's going on with the drones in the sky. And by the way, we are on drone watch. And while I'm kind of cooling this down from that long interview here, let me see. I did have something I wanted to show earlier. Where's it at? Oh yeah, drone sightings. Let's see. In my drone sighting category here, there we go. Where, if you remember, Mr. Mayor, New Jersey Mayor, the mayor, Mr. Mayor knows nothing, gets told what to think, Mayor, right? Like most of them came out. Anytime, guys. Ready? It's drone sightings. There it is. Okay, there we go. All right. So he comes out. This is the guy that came out and swore that they were doing it for radiation purposes, right? because he heard it somewhere. And basically, it was a lost FedEx shipment of medical equipment that had a little bit of radio. All right, sorry about that. All right, so basically, he was supposed to come out. He came out and said there is radiological materials they were searching for because of a missing FedEx package, right? And basically, there wasn't enough radiation in there to ever be found via drone. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But there was a FedEx package. It was a CAT scan machine for cancer treatment patients, and cancer detection. And it was debunked before he was even done with this interview. So, but some people ran with it. You know, that's their prerogative. However, here he is. He's back again to tell us nothing to worry about.
Whose town had several drone
Guess where they're at?
sightings. Mayor Michael
NewsNation.
Melham. Mayor, thank you so much for your time on this. Before we talk about the president's actions, what is the latest on the situation there in Belleville? Are there still reports of these drone sightings?
Thank you for having me. So absolutely. I mean, all over New Jersey and even Long Island, I'm getting reports from videographers that are stationed right at the water there in Long Island, seeing them come over from what he says is New Jersey. Here in New Jersey, we're about 500 mayors strong. We are still waiting for answers because our residents are still gravely concerned over what's flying just over our homes.
Absolutely. We know that the president wants action. For anyone who missed it, let's listen again to some of what he said. This is from the Oval Office on Monday.
I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay. Yeah. Why don't we find out immediately? I mean, I can't imagine it's an enemy, or there would have been, you know, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was. They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting.
All right. So we heard the president there saying, you know, hey, can we get right on this, Susie? Mayor, what is your reaction to President Trump asking his White House chief of staff to immediately get to the bottom of these drone sightings?
It's absolutely welcome news. I mean, if we just back up a little bit, President Trump, even when he was President-elect Trump during his transition, he's been on the record now at least on 3 different occasions about these drones. The first time he did mention that our government knows and our president knows, and he wasn't sure why they weren't telling us. And if you understand how the transition works for president, our president-elect receives the same exact national intelligence briefing that our president does. So if it was a foreign adversary or something alien or extraterrestrial, I'm certain as president-elect, he would have known. The fact that he doesn't seem to have that many details, and he was asked the second time about it, and that's when he said, well, I'm going to disclose it within my first or second day into office, tells me that if he's not briefed on it yet, it's probably not a matter of national security, or certainly not an alien invasion or anything crazy like that. More than likely, this is going to be our government or experimental drones that are up in the sky. I'm still waiting for that disclosure. I do believe, and I take him at his word, I do believe that New Jersey mayors and all the residents here in New Jersey are going to get disclosure, and it's going to come soon.
All right, that's some good news there. And that's
He's using the word disclosure.
On, you know, what residents
there you
here
go.
are
But I mean,
constituents
you know,
are
whatever this
what
is, it's supposed to be coming out soon. I won't bore you with the rest, but so yeah, we're waiting on that. That's where this whole thing started, for the most part. Hang on. All right. Hold on. Wait. One more thing. All right. We're good to go here. Sorry. Fix one more thing here. All right. So yeah, that's it. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm waiting. I was hoping that there'd be more out from NewsNations, but what I heard is that the interview with Jake Barber went so bad that they put a halt on the next interview that was supposed to come out. So I don't know if they just can't make it believable or what. I have no idea. But anyways, I will be back tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. for Winning Tonight. That's politics and news updates. We're going to continue to go through the new executive orders with the summaries that I have, the summary breakdowns I have for each one of those. We did that on Tuesday. It went really well. We did the first half of them. We'll do the last half, focusing a lot on the border, executive orders, and other things like that, whatever's come out since. So we'll be able to get through that, I think, on Thursday night. Or I may break it up in Thursday and Friday night, because Saturday night, no Winning Saturday night this week, and I don't believe we're doing an old school watch party Sunday this Sunday. I still don't know what time we're playing. We may get to do one this week, so stay tuned for that. But just in case, I might do another show Friday, just to make sure that that we get all of our broadcasting this week. Oh, congratulations. Talking Trash and Truth got over 100 people on Rumble. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Finally. Man, it's a long climb over on Rumble, but you got to make it. You got to make it one step at a time. One step at a time. Thank goodness. You should have been over 100 a long time ago, in my opinion. As great as the stuff you do is. But Rumble's hit and miss sometimes. It's hit and miss sometimes. Tonight's been kind of a little bit light over there, but it's been really great over here on YouTube. And that's awesome. And I appreciate each and every one being here, and all the new people that came by to listen, that are here, that are out in the crowd, or maybe listening in. Thank you, Shizzy. I'm going to send you over to Good Logic now if he's still awake and aware. I believe you're going to go over to Good Logic now. So I appreciate so much each and every one of you being here. I'm going to cook on out of here. And until next time, guys, stay based and keep on winning.
This is a friendship battle.